Hello, good morning. I think we can start our discussion. Good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sezen Leventoğlu. I am Deputy Permanent Representative of Turkey to the WTO, and I am very pleased to moderate this session today. On behalf of Turkey and Australia, I would like to warmly welcome you to this Trade and Environment Week side event on COP31, from commitments to implementation, trade and climate action. As a starting point, allow me to offer a few brief reflections on today's topic. Climate change remains one of the defining challenges of our time. Over the years, the international community has developed important commitments, targets, strategies. Increasingly, however, the focus is shifting towards implementation and the practical actions needed to deliver results. Therefore, the question before us today is no longer what needs to be done, but rather how to get it done. Trade cannot solve climate change on its own, obviously, but it can make climate action more effective by supporting innovation, facilitating access to technologies, and strengthening international cooperation. This is why the relationship between trade and climate is attracting increasing attention in international discussions. Our discussion today is therefore focused on implementation, how trade can help turn climate ambitions into practical outcomes. This discussion also takes place at an important moment in the lead up to COP31, which Turkey and Australia will jointly deliver through a unique partnership, and Fiji, meanwhile, will host the pre-COP meetings in the Pacific, helping bring Pacific perspectives and priorities into the global climate discussion. Together, these milestones provide an opportunity to strengthen cooperation and build momentum towards meaningful outcomes. We are fortunate to have an excellent panel representing governments and WTO today. Now I'd like to give the floor to our first speaker, Honorable Mr. Agnideo Singh, Minister for Employment, Productivity and Workplace Relations of Fiji. Excellency, welcome. We appreciate you are with us. Please, Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. The Deputy Director General, WTO, Miss Begum. I hope I have pronounced the name. Forgive my pronunciation, please. Fellow panelists, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to join you today for this panel session as we commemorate Trade and Environment Week. Last month, on 21st May in New York, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution on the ICJ advisory opinion on climate change. This marks a historic step towards multilateral climate action. It also provides a much-needed commitment by states to set up climate action and collaborative efforts to address climate change. For WTO member states and stakeholders, the resolution is a call to revive efforts to deepen cooperation across a range of climate-related policy areas, including those that are trade-related. Amongst other things, the UN General Assembly resolution reflects specific commitments relating to fossil fuel subsidy, reform, renewable energy expansion, and the transition away from fossil fuels, and complements ongoing trade initiatives and processes at the WTO such as the Committee on Trade and Environment, the Trade and Environment Sustainability Structured Discussions, and the Fossil Fuel Subsidy Reform. Outside the WTO initiatives, such as the Coalition of Trade Ministers on Climate, which Fiji joined in 2024, and the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability, an initiative of Switzerland together with Costa Rica, Iceland, and New Zealand, are examples of climate and trade cooperation through multilateral, plurilateral, and bilateral mechanisms. For the Pacific, climate change is the single most greatest threat to our people, our economies, our security, and the very foundation of sustainable development. And it is a critical pillar of action in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't emphasize more the need for action now, insofar as the Pacific is concerned. We are the most vulnerable group of small island states, the most affected ones, and the ones that have least to contribute to the situation we are in. The Pacific moral and political leadership in a global climate action reflects our commitment to advancing a unified regional voice grounded in the 2050 strategy. The Pacific welcomes the growing recognition that COP31 must deliver practical and tangible outcomes for vulnerable countries and communities, particularly small island developing states, or SIDS. The COP31 Pacific priorities is anchored around 4 key pillars. 1, keep 1.5 centigrade within reach. 2, enhancing access to finance. 3, elevating the ocean climate nexus. And 4, amplifying the Pacific leadership and voices. Keeping 1.5 alive is fundamental to the survival and resilience of Pacific peoples and ecosystems. We continue to emphasize the need for accelerated transition away from fossil fuels and rapid advancement of renewable energy, including exploring pathways towards 100% renewable energy across the Pacific. With the conclusion of the 2026 Santa Marta Conference on Transitioning Away from Fossil Fuels, the upcoming conference in 2027, jointly hosted by Ireland and Tuvalu, is an important opportunity to further operationalize our energy transition commitments. Pacific countries continue to face major barriers in accessing climate financing, despite being among the most vulnerable to climate impacts. Focus must now move beyond declarations towards accountability, delivery, and mobilization of finances. This includes simplified and direct access pathways for SIDS, increased investment in adaptation and resilient infrastructure, operationalization of effective loss and damage arrangements, support for Pacific-led financing initiatives, including the Pacific Resilience Facility. Last month, the Pacific Resilience Facility Treaty officially entered into force. Amidst a global energy crisis, the PRF is a mechanism to invest in energy security, clean energy transition, and climate adaptation at community level. The PRF is our region's financing mechanism for direct investment in community resilience. The contribution and support of partners, investors, and international community to the PRF will contribute to our vision for a secure and resilient future for the Blue Pacific region. For Pacific, the ocean is central to our identity, livelihoods, economies, and security. We continue to emphasize the importance of mainstreaming ocean climate considerations across UNFCCC processes and strengthening visibility and continuity of ocean issues within global climate discussions, with particular emphasis on strengthening ocean resilience, protecting marine-based economies and livelihoods, advancing discussions on ocean-related loss and damage, and showing Pacific Ocean stewardship and leadership. We also emphasize strong linkages between ocean, health, climate resilience, water security, and food systems and sustainable development. For many Pacific communities, sea level rise and salt water intrusion are already affecting freshwater sources. Agriculture and coastal livelihoods are badly affected. There are a large number of villages that will have to be relocated. And this means also loss of jobs, loss of sustainable livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pacific has consistently demonstrated leadership within the international climate change regime. From advocacy on the Paris Agreement, loss and damage, climate finance, and oceans, to the recent International Court of Justice advisory opinion on climate change, Pacific countries have shaped global climate discussions far beyond their size. The adaptation of the UNGA resolution operationalizing the ICJ advisory opinion demonstrates the power of sustained Pacific diplomacy, leadership, and youth advocacy. Fiji is hosting the pre-COP 31 meeting alongside Tuvalu represents an important opportunity to demonstrate Pacific-led climate leadership grounded in Pacific realities and priorities. Pre-COP will convene in Fiji in October, and it is intended to provide political direction ahead of COP 31, identify areas of convergence among parties, and build momentum around political or practical outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, we reiterate that the Pacific COP 31 priority aligns with and complement among ongoing WTO trade and climate initiatives. We look forward to working with all our partners and stakeholders in progressing the achievements of COP 30 to realizing tangible and meaningful outcomes at COP 31 and supporting ongoing work on trade and climate change. I wish to record our sincere appreciation to Australia and Turkey for inviting me to this session and wish you all a fruitful and successful Trade and Environment Week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those valuable remarks and for sharing Fiji's and Pacific's perspective with us today. You touched upon very important and sensitive issues. And we are grateful that you were able to be with us today despite your busy schedule. With that, we will now continue our discussion and turn to our next speaker, Ms. Aylin Bebekoğlu, Deputy Director General for International Agreements and EU Affairs at Ministry of Trade of Turkey. Ms. Bebekoğlu has extensive experience in international trade, policy, and economic cooperation. In her remarks today, she'll share Turkey's perspective on the growing links between trade, climate, and development, and reflect on how trade can support the transition from climate commitments to practical implementation. Aylin Hanım, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Sezen. Excellency, Mr. Minister, dear participants, Deputy Director General, I'm very pleased to be with you today. So first of all, I would like to thank the WTO Secretariat for organizing this important session, and Australia also for co-hosting this event with Turkey. The COP 31 presidency, you may know, model reflects a unique framework based on consultations and shared responsibility. As we move toward COP31, which Turkey will have the honor to host in Antalya in November 2026, we are witnessing an important evolution in the global climate agenda. While climate conferences have traditionally focused primarily on environmental objectives, increasing attention is now being given to the role of trade in supporting climate action, sustainable development, and economic resilience. We believe that COP31 can provide timely guidance for ongoing discussions at the intersection of trade, climate change, and development on the multilateral platform. This growing focus reflects the recognition that climate change is no longer solely an environmental challenge. It increasingly affects economic stability, food security, industrial competitiveness, energy systems, and global supply chains. Climate-related disruptions continue to impact production, transportation, and trade flows across the world, making resilience a key priority for both environmental and economic policymaking. All these challenges posed by climate change push each country to adopt and implement green transformation policies. Against this background, climate action has gained significant momentum and evolved beyond an environmental agenda into a new economic model that is reshaping international trade and global value chains. However, for this transformation to succeed and gain broad support, it must be designed and implemented in a balanced, inclusive, and cooperative manner. Since addressing climate change is a global objective, it requires also global action. Today, the fragmented nature of the various trade-related climate policy measures, with their impacts on trade and eventually on development, has resulted tensions in competitiveness among trading partners, not only among developing ones, but between developed ones as well. Coherence among national policies and avoiding new fragmentations is important. For this reason, trade should be viewed as part of the solution. An open, transparent, and rules-based multilateral trading system can support climate action by improving access to environmental goods, environmental services, clean technologies, supporting sustainable investment, and strengthening resilient supply chains. Trade can also help advance decarbonization through creating a supportive environment for innovation, stronger productive capacities, export diversification, and low carbon growth. In this regard, Turkey believes that the WTO should continue to play a central role at the intersection of trade and climate policies. As climate-related measures increasingly affect trade, strengthening dialogue and cooperation within the WTO framework has become more important than ever. Climate measures should support environmental objectives while maintaining predictability and avoiding unnecessary trade barriers. At the same time, climate-related trade measures should remain transparent, proportionate, non-discriminatory, and fully consistent with the principles of the multilateral trading system. At a time of increasing geopolitical and economic uncertainties, preserving an open, predictable, and rules-based trading environment remains more important than ever. In that sense, we should pay attention to the risk of unilateral approaches, unilateral measures. While WTO rules already provide policy space for environmental measures, including under GATT Article 20, effectively designing and implementing such measures often requires technical, legal, and financial capacities that are not equally available to all members. As environmental considerations increasingly become integrated into trade policies and negotiations, Some developing countries have growing concerns regarding asymmetries in implementation capacities and regulatory influence within the trade and environment agenda. In this respect, the WTO should serve as a platform for dialogue and cooperation to promote greater convergence and interoperability of climate-related regulatory frameworks. Diverging compliance requirements, methodologies, and reporting systems should, where possible, be aligned or made mutually recognizable in order to avoid unnecessary trade barriers and reduce compliance costs. If these concerns are not addressed adequately, this may risk undermining confidence and trust in discussions on trade and environment within the WTO framework. For many developing countries, green transformation is not only a climate challenge, but also a broader development and competitiveness challenge, requiring stronger alignment between climate, trade, and development strategies. Differences in technical and institutional capacities between developed and developing members should therefore be taken into account more carefully within the multilateral trading system. Climate transition requires substantial investments in infrastructure, industrial upgrading, and energy systems. Turkey also believes that international organizations, development banks, and multilateral institutions have an important role to play in mobilizing financing, technical assistance, and capacity building. When we look at the case of Turkey, we are mindful that green transformation poses considerable challenges as it requires a complete mind shift from conventional production and consumption patterns. However, as in many major economic transformation, it also generates ample opportunities for innovation, industrial development, and job creation. To enable our private sector gain competitiveness and strengthen its position in regional and global value chain, we have increased our efforts to ensure the green transition. Turkey has taken swift action to reach its net zero target for 2053 and transform to a more sustainable, resource-efficient, and low-carbon economy by re-evaluating its industrial energy and trade strategies. The Green Deal Action Plan, being implemented since 2021, includes cooperation with all relevant public and private sector stakeholders, is providing us a platform to discuss and coordinate policy actions necessary to reach our objectives. Indeed, international trade has been one of the primary economic drivers of Turkey's climate transformation. High priority sectors in Turkey's exports like iron and steel, aluminium, and cement have particularly low carbon footprint. And besides, Turkey, in cooperation with the World Bank and others, implement comprehensive policies aiming the green transformation of high exposure export sectors like textiles, ceramics, and chemicals. Many larger firms are implementing life cycle assessments and circular economy waste systems into their manufacturing hubs to secure global green export eligibility, but we have much more to do also in these sectors. Nonetheless, while significant progress has been made in areas such as green transformation, sustainable production, and regulatory alignment, important challenges remain, particularly with regard to financing, technology access, and implementation capacities. For this reason, Turkey closely follows discussions at the intersection of trade, climate, and sustainable development, and attaches particular importance to ensuring that the transformation remains fair, inclusive, and supportive of development objectives. This perspective is also reflected in Turkey's active engagement in the preparations for COP31. COP31 provides an important opportunity to strengthen synergies between climate, trade, and development agendas. The COP31 action agenda also reflects Turkey's priorities in areas such as sustainable and resilient food systems, climate finance, carbon market cooperation, green industrialization, innovation, MSMEs, and digital technologies. It also highlights initiatives such as zero waste, sustainable production, and circular economy practices as part of broader green transformation efforts. In this regard, the Climate and Trade Activation Group under the COP31 Action Agenda is coordinated in Turkey by the Ministry of Trade. At the host of COP31, Turkey attaches particular importance to strengthening the implementation dimension of global climate action. COP31 is expected to focus not only on new commitments, but also translating existing commitments into practical, measurable, and results-oriented actions, which also attach particular importance to ensuring that developing countries can effectively participate in the green transition process and benefit from emerging trade and investment opportunities. In conclusion, Turkey believes that climate and environmental challenges can only be addressed effectively through collective action, international solidarity, and stronger multilateral cooperation. Trade can and should contribute positively to climate action, sustainable development, and economic resilience. This process must remain fair, inclusive, and supportive of the development needs and implementation capacities of all countries. We hope that COP31 will contribute to advancing practical, inclusive, and action-oriented cooperation in a way to reaffirm confidence in multilateralism. We look forward to welcoming you in Italia in the spirit of Turkish hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aylin Hanım, for those insightful remarks and valuable information you provided. Now we are moving to our next speaker, Ms. Kristen Tilley, Deputy Permanent Representative of Australia to the WTO, who was also previously Australia's Ambassador for Climate Change. She will present on the important role international partnerships play in delivering multilateral progress. Kristen will speak on how international trade cooperation can support our governments to achieve their climate obligations and generate greater economic prosperity. Kristen, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. Good morning, colleagues, and can I acknowledge Minister Singh and DDG Pugum and the high level of panellists here today. But thank you to all of you for turning up and showing an interest in COP31. Perhaps I'll launch with the point about collaboration and partnership, which has already been touched on by some of our speakers. And I'll sort of call out what many of you might be thinking, which is, gosh, that's an odd grouping of countries up on the panel. And gosh, I wonder how Turkey, Australia, and the Pacific joined in partnership to host, one of the world's biggest global events, which is the Climate COP. So for those who didn't play along as closely as Turkey, the Pacific, and Australia did, it was actually quite a few years ago that Australia put forward a bid to host a future COP, and the COPs are decided on a regional basis. And another example of the weirdness of multilateralism is Turkey and Australia are in WEOG, the Western Europe and Others group. We're an other. Turkey's probably an other as well. And Australia put forward a bid, and we wanted to host COP in partnership with the Pacific, and I'll come back to that. And Turkey, I won't speak on your behalf, but I think in reflection that Turkey equally saw the importance of bringing the world's attention and trying to drive stronger action on climate change. It equally put up a bid to host COP31. And so there was probably a fair amount of hand-wringing and lots of high-paid people in capitals working out how we were going to resolve that. I know that was the case for Australia. Both sides really, really, really wanted to host the COP. And when it turned out that neither side was willing to relinquish that ability to play a really critical role in a really critical meeting, we found a way to join together and host the COP. And that's one of the reasons you see the three of us, three different regions represented on stage. But just to talk through the mechanics of that, Turkey will host the event proper, the COP, the 2-week event that one of the ones I went to, 85,000 people attended. These are big deals. Australia will chair the negotiations, which are, where Delegates, diplomats like all of us spend time working on legal decision texts in which we try and push countries as much as possible to increase ambition and commitments and support for stronger climate action. And the Pacific will host the pre-COP. And that's a really important event. In the climate space, you've got the 2-week meeting, which is where the decision texts are negotiated, mostly by officials, but ministers play a really key role in those. You have the leaders turn up on the first few days of the COP to get together and talk through hard issues and set direction. But about a month or so before the COP proper, ministers of around 40 countries or so spend a few days together just trying to really overcome the sort of final barriers and that final push in the month before the COP to make it as successful as possible. And then, to sort of draw the link to why Australia had intended to host a COP in partnership with the Pacific is because if you think of a map of the world, Australia's here, our closest neighbours are the Pacific. We spend a lot of time with the Pacific, and I don't, for one, want to try and speak on behalf of the Pacific. I think the minister did an excellent job. But in terms of global partners for the Pacific, I think Australia has a better understanding than any other about just how acute the impacts of climate change are for that part of the world. I think, you might say as well, what's a minister for employment doing talking about climate change? I think every minister in the Pacific gets and talks about climate change at every opportunity because it is so existential and fundamentally important for them, for their economic development, but for their livelihoods, their communities, their families, their people. And I've had opportunities to visit parts of the Pacific that we are hosting the pre-COP in Fiji and a part of it in Tuvalu, one of the world's smallest low-lying atolls, where indeed within decades, unabated climate change means those nations risk being underwater. And these are really, really tough existential issues that these nations are dealing with. Now, are we going to solve all that at COP31? No, but the importance of making progress and taking the conversation forward and starting to, and this is what some of the conversations this week and my colleagues on the panel have already talked to, working out how trade is an enabler to drive climate action and not a barrier to climate action is the task that all of us have to lean into more. That can be very technical, that can be high-level political, but it does need to be all of those things and it does need to be solutions-focused to be able to deliver what, and again, I'll turn to the Pacific, they know and they live every day in terms of concern for their future. So that's what's driving Australia's interest in COP31. I've probably exhausted my time here and I haven't answered the second part of what I meant to, which is to go to more particularly where the areas where trade can unlock climate solutions, but perhaps I'll pause there and we might have a chance to come back later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen, for those insightful remarks and your supportive and kind words. Thanks again. Our final speaker is WTO Deputy Director General, Mr. Jean-Marie Pagam. DDG Pagam has been closely engaged in the WTO's work on trade and environment. We look forward to hearing his reflections on how the multilateral trading system can support climate action and contribute practical implementation efforts. DDG, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, it's good. Welcome to the WTO. It's good to have you bring the voice of Fiji and inform us about what you are doing for the preparation of COP. Let me thank also Turkey and Australia for convening this discussion ahead of COP and sharing the very important reading that you have of the nexus between trade and climate in the wake of COP31. Actually, as has been observed by most of the panelists, the interaction between climate policies and trade policies is becoming more direct and more consequential. What we are witnessing is not the simple addition of isolated interactions from new climate transition policies. It is a deep transformation of the global economic landscape. And it's important to remember that this transformation is primarily led by the private sector. But already visible also is the way in which public policies are supporting this in reshaping industrial competitiveness, investment flows, supply chains, and even the broad comparative advantages of nations. Trade and climate change are no longer parallel domains. They are now structurally intertwined, and increasingly they are shaping each other. Around the world, we see a rapid multiplication of climate-related measures, for instance, carbon pricing systems, subsidies for green industries, product standards and traceability requirements, methodologies to measure carbon embedded in goods. We know this in the WTO through the notification that we are receiving from our members. Each of these policies has its own legitimacy. But taken together, they risk creating a much more complex trade landscape, as these policies are being developed in parallel with different methodologies and without a shared reference framework. At the WTO, members have been discussing the consequences very concretely within various committees and across key sectors, such as, for instance, steel, batteries, hydrogen, and multiple systems are being seen emerging simultaneously to define and measure what is green. Members have noted that this can create overlapping and sometimes incompatible requirements, duplicated certification processes, and increasing risks of non-compliance. We do hear often that this results in higher transaction costs, greater uncertainty for investment, and ultimately a risk of market fragmentations. And in addition, we know that these effects are not evenly distributed because developing and least developed economy must navigate several transitions at a time and in parallel, which are not always compatible. What we observe is that members are also increasingly thinking that this interaction could be improved. Trade, once largely absent from COP discussions, is no longer peripheral and has become a more consistent component of the conversation through the efforts of previous COP presidencies, WTO members and partners, and initiatives such, for instance, as trade days. As the WTO, members are already using the existing frameworks to organize this interaction in practice. We know that the Committee on Trade and Environment is used as a natural forum to advance coherence and interoperability. Members are now bringing concrete propositions, for example, the one from Japan on the work on transparency of trade-related environmental measures. Other initiatives have been carried out very important work to explore practical cooperation, such as the trade and environmental sustainability structure discussions, or emerging more recently, such as a dialogue on emerging agricultural trade issues, launched by Brazil. And stakeholders are being brought together, which is a success, I think, through formats such as these trade and environment weeks. So they are no longer about principles. These discussions also tackle now implementation challenges faced by governments and businesses. All in all, the implication is clear. The climate transition is less and less addressed in isolation from trade. The real question before the international community is whether we choose to organize the interface between trade and climate policies, or whether we let it evolve in a fragmented way with increased cost and complexity. So transformation is inevitable, fragmentation is not. COP31 will be an opportunity to think anew, and I'm very encouraged by what I heard from the two previous panelists on this. It will be an opportunity to think anew about the possibilities of more inclusive approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DDG, for your valuable contribution. And once again, thanks to all our speakers for their thoughtful contributions. Before opening the floor, I would like to invite our panelists to reflect on a few questions which I prepared. My first question is for Fiji, Excellency. As Fiji prepares to host the pre-COP meetings, what outcomes would you most like to see emerge from that process, particularly regarding trade and climate action?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that question. We are, first of all, very, very happy that we are able to host the pre-COP activity because the world will be able to see actually for themselves the serious challenges that we are faced with. When we talk about trade, the Pacific Islands are spread all over the vast Pacific Ocean, and communication, transportation, traveling are all severe challenges for us. When we, for example, one of the islands, one of the island nations, Kiribati, an island that is within Kiribati, Christmas Island, to travel to Christmas Island, the people of Kiribati have to come out of Kiribati to Suva or Nadi in Fiji and then go to that island by plane. There is no direct flight. There are many such examples where the biggest problem is transportation and travel and cost related to it when it comes to actual trade. Ladies and gentlemen, we rely on tourism. Most countries rely on tourism a lot. And together with tourism, our agriculture. But before we go there, what happens to our coastal villages? While we're talking about trade, here are people who are already, their homes have already been inundated with water. They need to be moved. Where do they go? We are losing our actual land to the sea. It's getting smaller. What happens to them? The coastal villages, they need to be protected by building seawalls. These are basic things that we have to attend to first. Then when it comes to trade, as I said, tourism is related to agriculture. And agricultural, we are importing most of the agricultural products that tourism utilizes. We grow very little, and because of the effects of climate change, what we need now is dredging of the rivers. We need irrigation. We need green productivity. How do we do it? All these areas in agriculture need assistance. We need assistance for these areas. And fisheries is another area that we will need, we rely on quite a bit. And this is another area that we would like to see how we can be assisted in. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. You highlighted the economic dimension of the climate change, which is the core element for all nations, I think. Yes. Thank you once again. My next question will be to Türkiye, Aylin Hanım. You emphasized the importance of ensuring that the green transition remains fair, inclusive, and supportive of development objectives. In practical terms, what more can be done at the international level to help developing countries participate effectively in the green transition?
Thank you very much for this question. So, green transformation is inevitable, but it's we just emphasize the importance of global action. So then developing countries and least developed ones are part of this community. So all the actions, commitments should take also into account the different level of development. This is my first remark. And it is important that every institutional organization, international organization, make a good coordination between them, because in their corner they make they take some positive action, but I'm not sure always if they are really coordinated in terms of the commitments, obligations, rights, etc. So there should be a good coordination between the different international organizations. And maybe WTO can play an important role in that sense, because we are talking about trade related measures. So we are talking about trade. So WTO can make efforts to make or to help this coordination happen, realized. And financially, for example, we can talk about the investment fees, not only capacity building for the alignment with regulatory framework, but they need also really important financial opportunities. So these institutions also make their own efforts to help them. It's important to support them for the capacity building and to take advantage of the investment opportunities as well. So all will happen on the multilateral platform. So we need some very close cooperation among the international organizations as well. And I don't want to say S&D directly, but different level of commitments, or to take into account the different level of needs of all countries is important. So we have to be careful about that. This is what we can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those elements you mentioned are the core principles of multilateralism, as you mentioned. So maybe this shows us once again, the importance of WTO, the importance of multilateralism. With that, I will give the floor to Australia, Kristen. My next question will be to her. We often say the challenge is shifting from commitment to implementation, but implementation usually needs high-level political engagement. So how do we get trade ministers and climate ministers moving in the same direction this year, especially in the lead up to COP31?
Thanks very much. I think I'll just give a little bit of context to this commitment to implementation, which I think really comes from the climate negotiations, because we've had sort of several decades now of 2020 commitments, 2030 commitments, 2035 commitments, and they were easy to make by governments when the commitment was 2 decades hence. But as we've sort of passed our first set of 2020 commitments, and it was pretty patchy, which countries met them and which didn't. And as our ability and understanding and analysis of what is actually politically, economically, and physically possible in terms of emissions reductions, countries are a bit more sort of aware of ambition being important, but achievability is actually really important as well in terms of climate commitments. And so that point about commitments are important, but implementation and achievement is absolutely even more important, is what that sort of shifting from commitment to implementation point is all about. And certainly I think you'd all agree that then trade comes into play when we're thinking about how to achieve and implement climate commitments. The other part of the question I just do want to reflect on is that, you know, how do we get things moving in the same direction this year? And I think I would really want to underscore something I said before, which is this is going to be a long game. You know, having climate and trade come together and work effectively, which is vitally important, won't be solved this year or this COP, but we do really need to start shifting in that direction this year. And I do also want to acknowledge that I think there is definitely positive discussions and positive interest that I've witnessed in this place, certainly this week in Trade and Environment Week. And I do understand as well, I think in the climate negotiations, trade is increasingly becoming more prominent and being talked about. As DDG Pugham said, there is a trade day at the COPs. The WTO and the DG herself is a frequent attender and holds a pavilion there. But I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand and think that therefore the climate and trade communities have integrated and have come together. They haven't in a way that's going to that they need to deliver the outcomes that I'm focused on. So what does that mean for us here? I mean, I think for the three countries on this panel and our involvement in making this year's COP a success, I think we just have to keep looking for those opportunities to bring, you know, an agenda item or a negotiating topic or an event together where trade and climate come together and think about solutions, not just challenges. I will mention in that regard an initiative that our Brazilian colleagues, under Brazil's hosting of COP30 last year and President Lula there, initiated a new forum called the Integrated Forum on Climate Change and Trade. Australia has recently announced that we will be co-partners with Brazil on that and co-chair that initiative. And the very first of those meetings, which seeks to, exactly as I've said, bring climate and trade together, is happening in a week and a half in Bonn on the sidelines of the officials level negotiations in Bonn. So again, green shoots and starting to bring these communities together, but that in and of itself is seen as a 3-year starting sort of initiative to see what advancement we can make over that 3 years. So again, it's incremental, but vitally important and well worth doing. So Australia is very pleased to be part of that. We are very keen to work out what the right location, environment, and participants are to make that a success. I had some excellent advice from a colleague yesterday, which was, if you're doing it at the climate, you know, on the sidelines of the climate space, or if you're doing it on the sidelines of the WTO, you're going to sort of bring those respective forums baggage into the discussion. So we might need to think about how we find neutral spaces for technical level climate and trade people to come together and increasingly political people to come together. And the question was, how do we bring trade and climate ministers together? And I think ultimately we need to think quite deeply about what the right opportunity and the right time is to do that. If it's not this year, it will need to be at some point in the future. I do just want to give a very quick perspective from Australia about how we see the role of trade being a key part of transitioning away from fossil fuels and advancing net zero objectives Australia has. So we're doing a lot of work domestically in Australia to transition our own energy system. But we are a large exporter of fossil fuels globally. So even though we're only about 1% of global emissions in Australia, the fossil fuels we export to others do contribute to their emissions and to global climate change. And that's something we're well aware of and have very, very robust conversations with Pacific colleagues often about that, who do want to see Australia do more to stop and transition away from exports of fossil fuels. But I have no doubt that many people in this room and your governments would have significant concerns if Australia turned around and said, sorry, that gas or that coal that we ship to you, we're stopping it next week, next month, next year. That would be very problematic. The point being, I'm not making a case for fossil fuels here. I'm making a very strong case that in order to transition away from fossil fuels globally, fossil fuels are a traded good and governments need to collaborate and find pathways together to accelerate that transition of their own fossil fuel use and scale up renewable use and other alternatives, but work together about how the reduction in fossil fuel trade does not put the receiving country in a difficult economic position and energy position, but works with them to accelerate their own transition. From Australia's perspective, we want to start selling more renewable electrons via undersea cables to Southeast Asia and more green hydrogen to some of our trading partners further afield that we currently send coal and gas to. Those conversations can only happen in the context of trade and in the context of open and predictable trade. So that's, I think, again, not the homework for everyone in this room, but from a political level, from a trading level, and then I think the work of us is to identify in the WTO where we can help advance those conversations through technical rulemaking, through benchmarking, through good practice guidance in the forums and the committees that are relevant here, including the CTE. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Sorry. We have a long way, as you mentioned, and organizations, events, and initiatives related to climate change agenda plays an important role to achieve our objectives. Thank you once again. And now let me turn to DDG Pagam. DDG, we have covered a wide range of issues today, and at the intersection of trade, climate, and development. Before we open the floor, could I invite you to share some concluding remarks on today's discussion? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could just reflect from the Secretariat standpoint, the WTO Secretariat standpoint, on what I see unfolding within the organization. And the first thing is, I think rather positive, is that the discussion on trade and climate, trade and environment in general, but trade and climate in particular, is unfolding normally in almost each and every committee of this House. I mean, it is happening on market access, where you have the discussion about compatibilities of possible border measures with the basic principle of the organization, transparency, respect of commitments, rule of law, etc. It is happening a lot, very much, actually, in all the realm of regulatory standards, where the issues of non-discrimination in the standardization, conformity assessment procedures, comparability, all of this is being discussed. It is happening somehow around, not really explicitly all the time, in the field of subsidies, how to leverage subsidies for the green transition. This is a question which is in the mind of members. It's not really necessarily always a discussion. It is happening sometimes related to technology transfer, how to make sure that the green technologies are going to be used. So this is, I think, normal process. It's good process because these discussions have to happen instead of, and it's good that they happen in the WTO instead of risking to degenerate into conflicts. All of this is good. The only place, the question is, this is happening on, like impressionist painting by little touches, and but we don't see yet the painting coming out of it. So there is one place where we can have the holistic discussion, the horizontal discussion, and this place is called the Committee on Trade and Environment. And the chance that our members have is that this committee is not a negotiating committee. So this is probably apart from the informal discussions, it is the only formal place where members can come and exchange views, best practices, conceptual approaches, without risking to tie their hands and or making concessions. So I encourage members to really invest heavily in participating to this committee. It's not a secondary committee. I can give you a personal anecdote. A few years ago, I was a representative from my country, and I candidated to chair the CTE. And one of my probably big Vista colleagues told me, "Why do you want to go there? Nothing is happening." So nothing is happening. We were 8 years ago. So you can see that there was a sort of disdain for this committee because it's not a negotiating committee. On the contrary, I think it's a policy committee. It's the best place where concepts can be exchanged and leveraged and used in what the WTO is made for. That is a forum for international cooperation. I have possibly other things to say about the way the design of our agreements may or may not interact with the design of climate policy, but that would be a more academic discussion. So I leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG. We have time for questions and comments from the audience. Before opening the floor, may I kindly ask participants to briefly introduce themselves and to indicate which panelists they are indicating their question. Yes, the floor is now open.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the very interesting panel. I learned a lot, and what is also important that this panel discussion flows directly into the next session, because now you gave us a picture what should be done, what can be done, and the next session actually will bring concrete examples of what is being done and what is done, in fact, through concrete examples in least developed countries. A lot of interesting remarks. I would like to have a question to Your Excellency. Of course, since you can bring us also some concrete examples. And my question is, so how concretely you think international trade and donors through their cooperation programs can support Pacific Islands' efforts to meet their climate adaptation needs? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. In my deliberations, I had mentioned our smallness in terms of the economies and our geographical locations and the cost of doing business. When it comes to trade, our production in fisheries and agriculture and tourism, these three areas are interrelated. And when it comes to climate adaptation, we are also very vulnerable in terms of being affected by severe cyclones. We could have 3, 4, 5 cyclones in a season, and they are very devastating now. They are getting stronger and stronger. So when it comes to trade, we will need a lot of facilitation in terms of direct financing in agriculture, in fisheries. These are some of the key areas that we would like to see assistance being provided by our development partners. And of course, when it comes to renewable energy, the fuel crisis, the current fuel crisis, we all understand is globally affecting us very, very badly. And us in the Pacific are some of the worst affected island states. How we can increase the utilization of renewable energy. That's one area that we need to look at very, very seriously now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and best of luck for the upcoming Bonn preparations and COP31. I myself will be heading back to Bonn after this week. So I would just like to make one brief observation before I raise my question. So first of all, while a Paris agreement is fundamentally an emission-focused agreement, it does not prescribe specific energy sources or pathways. Rather, it provides parties with the flexibility to pursue nationally determined approaches that reflect respective circumstances, development priorities, and resource endowments. Second, and I'll get to my question, while discussions on trade and climate nexus often focus on opportunities and synergies, the concerns most frequently raised by developing countries relate to the growing proliferation of unilateral climate-related trade measures and their potential impacts on trade, competitiveness, development prospects, and policy space. In our view, these concerns remain insufficiently addressed in many discussions. So in this regard, could the presidency elaborate on whether and how it intends to advance discussions on the implications of the unilateral climate-related measures as part of its work on trade and climate, specifically on that new forum that Brazil and Australia will be co-leading? Thank you.
Thanks. I'm happy to start a response, but invite other panelists as well. So look, I think, it is absolutely important in any multilateral fora in order to get outcomes and results, is to understand each party's perspective. And I think your reference to the Paris Agreement certainly aligns with my understanding, which is it is absolutely about a global commitment to reduce global emissions to the degree that long-term emissions temperature increases don't go above 1.5 degrees. How each country puts forward its own commitment and meets that commitment is entirely up to that country. Absolutely. My expectation is that all countries that put forward commitments and seek to implement them, seek to achieve them, are doing it in a way that aims to reduce global emissions. It doesn't mean there's not challenges when one country does something on another, and we do need to try and sort those out. But the implications of not sorting that out and the implications of trade being used as a disenabler and effectively not a weapon, but just countries thinking, gosh, I can't pursue that ambitious climate policy that I want to implement in Australia because somebody might say to me that's inconsistent with trade rules. Therefore, I'll take less action and less ambition on reducing emissions. The outcome of that is dire for everyone. So that's, I think, the spirit in which, finding solutions, understanding each other's differences, understanding unintentional impacts on a third country, absolutely important. But we need to make sure that that is not used to say, therefore, third country cannot take that ambitious action on climate change. I'm not suggesting anyone's done that, but I do worry that the challenge is what is hamstringing ambition. And really, and I'm sitting next to a Pacific colleague who lives and breathes this every day. But that is why Australia wants to have the Pacific voice elevated at COP, is because it's an entirely different existential issue for many countries in the world.
Thank you, Kristen. Does any other panelists want to reflect? Comments? Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment briefly. And I have a question as well. My name is Carolyn Dia-Burbeck. I'm the Executive Director of the Forum on Trade, Environment and the SDGs here in Geneva. And I just wanted to thank you, firstly, Minister Singh, for being here today. I think it's great to have heard you highlight that Fiji and your neighbours in the Pacific have made the least contribution to the climate crisis, but suffer its impacts most acutely. What's striking for me is the sort of extraordinary outsized leadership that countries like yours are providing on the global stage to provide a North Star for the direction in which we need to be headed, not only in terms of the importance of climate ambition in general, but reminding us that this is urgent. It's urgent to drive down emissions and that there are concrete implications of missing 1.5. So we can't just let that slide. So thank you for that. The other thing that we've all long noted here is the challenges of the climate and trade regimes operating in silos. So I wanted to commend Australia and Turkey and Fiji for being here in your role as hosts of COP30 and the pre-COP to connect the dots between these two regimes. It's so important, I think, also that you highlight the importance of political leadership, guidance, and commitment. So in that regard, it's good to be reminded of the UN General Assembly's resolution on the ICJ advisory opinion, and also that we have fora like the Coalition of Trade Ministers on Climate that Fiji is part of to try and provide some of that leadership and commitment. So my questions today are really for the representatives from Turkey and Australia. Both of you have mentioned the important one, and Fiji did as well, the opportunities here at the WTO to advance cooperation, and DDG Palgam has also mentioned that. So I think it would be useful if you could help us remind us what you see as some of the concrete opportunities here at the WTO for more international cooperation, both on the mitigation side, but also the adaptation and resilience side, bearing in mind, I think, as our colleague from Saudi Arabia mentioned, that there are these important development dimensions. But I feel like the issue has arrived here at the WTO. We know we need new spaces as well, like the IFCCT that you mentioned, to find solutions. But I think it would be great to hear today about, to give us a push for momentum. What could delegates and governments be doing here that would make a difference?
Thank you for your question. Aylin Hanım, would you like to start first?
Thank you very much. I think the WTO, despite some difficulties in its functioning, remains the relevant bodies because, as Mr. Pagam also emphasized, there is a knowledge accumulated in the discussions in the CTE, etc. So this is the right place to make a balance between the obligations in terms of environmental issues and also to make a linkage with trade impacts. And I'm sure that with the experience of the delegations of the countries on this area, in the WTO, we can work for the framework to just accelerate the transformation and also to take into account trade-related impacts of all environmental measures. So for me, from the perspective of Turkey, WTO is a really effective multilateral platform to work to make the linkage between environmental issues and also trade issues. Trade is the basic task of the WTO, but there is some linkages with other disciplines as well. So I can refer to, for example, to subsidies issues, etc. And in this house, there is also an ongoing discussions on reform, and there is initiatives to be included in this reform process as well. So we have the opportunity to discuss every dimension of the issue on a broad base. And we have also different level of experiences. Every country is passing through them difficult times, etc. But they can bring them their experiences to this house, and I'm sure and I'm confident that we can find a balance with regard to environmental issues and also taking into consideration their trade impacts. So from our perspective, the WTO is the relevant body at the center of the multilateral platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aylin Hanım. Kristin, would you like to add something?
I'd like to echo, in particular, the connection with reform, which, you know, I've been here about 6 months now, and reform writ large has been something that, you know, I've spent more of my time on than other issues. Although I am aware, and I do want to call out the excellent work of the testee process and all the sort of huge amount of technical, analytical, exploratory best practice. There's this compendium of excellent sort of policies in the environment and climate space, including trade-related climate measures that I think again reinforces that this place has a lot of expertise and interest and opportunity to show what's possible and to bring positive work together. But the reform connection for me is, you know, a high political focus, you know, around the WTO is reforming the WTO to be more effective. From Australia's perspective, why do you want to do that? You want to do that so you can unlock rulemaking and modernise trade rulemaking to respond to current challenges. And there is no greater challenge than climate change. So I'm certainly not saying, you know, here comes Australia with a big proposal on reform and climate change in the WTO. But if you stop and say, well, what are we doing this reform work for? All of us will have different priorities. One conversation, just to sort of illustrate that, I've had with small delegations who absolutely sort of this reform agenda and difficult conversations around decision making, around plurilaterals, around development, around level playing field. Not only are they difficult political conversations to have, but they're a big burden on small delegations to have to engage in all of those and lean in and make sure that their sovereign interests are protected. But what I have said and will continue to say is, but if we get that right and we can reform the WTO to unlock rulemaking, to drive this organisation to respond to modern challenges, all of our priorities have an opportunity to be brought forward. And so if your priority is fisheries, if your priority is environmental goods and services, if your priority is something not to do with climate change, the hard investment in reform means that you have a much better chance of your priorities having an opportunity to be driven forward. So again, I do think there is a link between letting the important technical work happen, and much of that helps build trust and bring positivity into difficult conversations. And when we do reform the WTO and we do finalise that really important agenda in the 18 to 24 months ahead, the opportunity to unlock advancement on climate and trade, I think, is much stronger.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Oh.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. So my name is Nadine Nickner, and I'm with Canada's Permanent Mission in Geneva. Thank you for great, excellent, informative presentation. Earlier in the session, you explained the different roles that Australia, Turkey, Fiji will play at COP31. Turkey will host the conference. Australia will be chairing the negotiations, and Fiji will be hosting the pre-COP meetings. Do you see this kind of cross-regional shared leadership arrangement as a potential model for future international cooperation? If so, do you think this kind of partnership approach could be applied in addressing other global challenges, for example, plastic pollution? So would welcome your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen, would you like to?
Look, I'll certainly encourage Turkey to respond as well. Quite hilariously, I was sort of writing myself a few notes before this session, and the term variable geometry and the fact that your Prime Minister in Canada has used that term did strike me as a very apt way to describe this panel and how we're approaching COP31. As I mentioned, that wasn't by design at the beginning. That was because we all had interests and we realised we had to collaborate to find a way through. But I think your question speaks for itself, that you do need partnerships and you do need to think differently and use different models to solve these really thorny global, multilateral problems, and in this case, trade and climate. So I fully agree that let's get through COP31. Let's make sure it's successful, and then I think the model will prove itself.
Thank you. Aynur.
Thank you very much. So when I was told about that we will just co-chair co-host this event, I was a little bit surprised. But finally, I just understand that it is a very innovative approach. So different approaches will be directly involved in the process, and there should be something and value added for the process. In the meantime, for Turkey also, this is very important because I think it must be also a problematic area for some countries. The Ministry of Trade have some different approach for the issues, and Ministry of Trade is completely different approach to the global world and challenges. So it gives us also to raise some awareness about the others areas difficulties as well. So I personally convinced that this will be also helpful for Turkey in the future to modify or to design its policies, taking into consideration environmental issues and also trade issues, because we need some kind of opportunities to export more. This is also relevant for our Turkish economy based on export performance growth. So, but in the meantime, there is also some challenges to be taken into account, especially for the future, starting from the beginning. So it's always it's a very helpful process for us as well. So we will see the different sensitivities from the others, and we have Fiji, representative of other kind of economies, and Australia, developed one. So it's merging all of the concerns during the process. This is very innovative model. I think we will get some lessons from them, and maybe this can inspire also for the other initiatives in the global fora. So we are anyway very enthusiastic to work together with Australia in the preparation of this very important strategic event. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, and delegates, Australia and Turkey. Thank you for organizing this important session. And it's really useful. And I am from the Vanuatu Mission, and I came here to concur with the Honorable Minister and Christine for what they said about the climate change in the Pacific. It's a real issue for us, and some of our islands, as articulated by Honorable Minister, will be eroding soon by the sea level rise, and for Kiribati, the Christian Islands, and some parts of Tuvalu. So it's a very urgent issue for us, and I think that's the bit where, as alluded by Christine, Australia and the Pacific are bidding to us the COP. However, to cooperations with Turkey, it's the multilateral system decides for Turkey to host, and we'll be happy to host the pre-COP, and we'd be happy to receiving the ministers and heads of delegation to the Pacific region to see firsthand what's the impacts of climate change in our region. And I would bring us to on 20th May last month, the ICJ resolution was overwhelmingly supported by by 141 members, and most of the members in the room are supportive of the resolution. And in the resolution, it articulates on Article 4 of the resolution, it's called on the transition away of fossil fuel energy in a just, totally equitable manner, and to reach a net zero by 2050. And then it aligns as well with the fossil fuel subsidies at the WTO. And that's in Article 4 of the resolution. So my pick on question is, what is Turkey's view of hosting, and what do you see in terms of the I'd say the plans? What is the bigger picture of to achieve at the end of the COP hosted in Turkey? Is there to advance the transition away from fossil fuel be top of the agenda? as it is really very important for us, the Pacific Islands. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, but I'm not aware of the very details of the discussion about the reducing of fuel fossil usage, as I understand you correctly. But we just, I see from also from the commitment of the Ministry of Trade and Ministry of Environment especially. So this COP31 should be focused not only implementation or new commitments, but transferring also relevant commitments into the real life to be implemented. So we will do our best in this way. This is the commitment from the very high level, we can say political commitment. So it's something in the positive way, if I understand your concerns, because you are referring to some specific documents for environmental resolutions, etc. But if I understand you correctly, there is on the table some political commitment from both sides. And as we are working in coordination with the Ministry of Environment, which means that in this time when we are hosting this event, we will also, with side events within the framework of preparation, we will put the emphasis on these specific issues as well as the Ministry of Trade, with the participation of private sector, which is very important because I'm aware that private sector in Turkey is following very closely what is happening in the multilateral forum, because this will impact their real life and their export performance as well. So I'm sure that there will be some kind of response to your concern when we just finalize successfully, I hope, this very important event. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We ran out of time, unfortunately. I know there are further questions, but I have to stop here. So I will not attempt to summarize those valuable contributions. Once again, I'd like to thank to all our participants, speakers, and you colleagues to participate our event. And I wish you a very, very pleasant day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Perfect. Mesdames et messieurs les délégués, mesdames et messieurs les représentants des organisations internationales, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. La République démocratique fédérale du Népal et la République du Sénégal vous souhaitent la bienvenue à cette session organisée conjointement avec le Centre du commerce international. Depuis 2023, grâce au soutien financier de l'Union européenne, le Centre du commerce international met en œuvre le projet Compétitivité climatique. La compétitivité climatique désigne la capacité d'un pays, d'un secteur ou d'une entreprise à rester compétitif tout en renforçant sa capacité à gérer les risques climatiques et à répondre aux exigences croissantes de durabilité sur les marchés internationaux. Cette session a pour ambition de nous permettre de mieux comprendre les défis auxquels sont confrontés les pays les moins avancés face au changement climatique, ainsi que le rôle du commerce et de l'aide au commerce pour renforcer leur compétitivité et leur résilience climatique. Les pays les moins avancés sont particulièrement vulnérables au changement climatique. Le Népal et le Sénégal subissent des impacts économiques similaires tels que la baisse des rendements agricoles et la menace qui pèse sur le tourisme en raison de la dégradation des paysages. Ces deux pays quitteront très prochainement la catégorie des pays les moins avancés pour rejoindre celle des pays à revenus intermédiaires, ce qui soulèvera encore de nombreux défis pour leur développement économique. Cependant, ils sont également confrontés à des défis différents, notamment géographiques. Le Sénégal dispose de ports qui facilitent le commerce, tandis que le Népal est un pays enclavé et qui voit également ses coûts commerciaux augmenter. Outre ces impacts climatiques, les pays en développement doivent également faire face à des exigences croissantes du marché en matière d'environnement, les gouvernements et les acheteurs internationaux, introduisant des réglementations, des normes et des demandes de données conformes à la demande de consommation plus responsable. Malgré cette pression verte due à la fois aux impacts climatiques et aux nouvelles exigences du marché, de nouvelles opportunités vertes se présentent. La croissance des marchés verts, le développement des énergies renouvelables, l'essor des biens et services environnementaux, mais également la demande croissante de produits durables qui ouvrent de nouvelles perspectives aux économies en développement. La session qui nous réunit aujourd'hui présentera les perspectives des pays sur les défis posés par le changement climatique et soulèvera des questions stratégiques pour renforcer leur compétitivité face à ce changement et accroître leur résilience. L'Union européenne présentera sa vision du lien entre le commerce et le climat et expliquera également comment elle soutient la transition écologique. Mesdames, Messieurs, nous avons aujourd'hui le privilège d'accueillir 3 intervenants qui partageront leurs expériences et leurs perspectives sur ces enjeux. Nous avons le docteur Damaru Balaba Podel, représentant permanent adjoint, ministre et porte-parole de la mission permanente du Népal auprès des Nations Unies et des autres organisations internationales à Genève. À ma gauche, M. Ahmed Tidiane Dia, directeur du commerce extérieur au ministère de l'Industrie et du commerce du Sénégal, et M. Peter Kovacs, ministre conseiller à la mission permanente de l'Union européenne auprès de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce. J'espère que nos échanges contribueront à dégager des pistes d'action concrètes et à enrichir la réflexion collective sur la manière dont le commerce peut effectivement soutenir une transition plus juste, inclusive et résiliente face aux défis climatiques. Je remercie d'avance l'ensemble des intervenants et des participants pour leur présence et leur contribution à cette discussion. Sans plus attendre, je vous propose d'ouvrir cette session en donnant tout d'abord la parole aux représentants du Népal, puis à celui du Sénégal, avant d'entendre l'intervention de l'Union européenne. Nous ouvrirons ensuite la discussion avec les panélistes et la salle par une séance de questions-réponses. Donc, juste à titre d'information, chaque panéliste aura 20 minutes pour délivrer sa communication, ce qui, je l'espère, nous permettra de disposer d'assez de temps pour une session de questions-réponses avec tous les participants ici présents. Sur ce, j'invite le Népal à délivrer sa communication. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. My name is Damaru Vallapaudil. I am Deputy Permanent Representative working at the Nepal Mission in Geneva. Today, I want to make a case that trade policy must serve as a tool for climate resilience, not just for the economic growth. So you can see the title is Strategies for Using Trade to Build Climate Resilience. Now, Nepal is a front-line country for climate. We have a serious and evidence-based issues for the multilateral trading system. So let me start with a roadmap of what I will cover today. Is it working? Okay, this is not working.
Next slide.
No, this one?
You just said next slide.
Okay, okay. So here is the general structure roadmap of my presentation. Next. This is the general background, and this presentation is based on the joint research of European Union International Trade Center and Nepal's government. And European Union in Nepal is operating within international collaboration frameworks. But before the policy, let me understand the fundamental connections between the trade and climate. Next slide. Here we can see three major topics. That is, trade opens the pathways, rules shape the outcomes, and vulnerable nations. For a landlocked mountain nations like Nepal, trade is the only way to access the clean technologies, and we cannot produce technology ourselves. We have indigenous technologies, we know, but we have to buy the advanced technologies for climate resilience. So every subsidy and other rules, that tariff schedule, and every standards that's set by the World Trade Organization rules affect the climate vulnerable countries. So WTO must open the door for green transition and should not close it. So WTO rules must support the vulnerable country. So we are facing different climate issues, but our contribution to global emission is very less. So the vulnerable countries also need climate justice. Next. Here, I will show you some statistics, like the emissions of Nepal is only the 0.1% share in the global emission, but it is the 54th most vulnerable country in the world, and 80% of its population is exposed in the climate hazards. And you can see the statistics, like 139th place in the climate readiness rank. These statistics are real, and you can see the glacier are melting so fast, 10 times faster in since 2000, and this is not a future threat. It is happening right now. And Nepal and other vulnerable countries, developing CILS countries and LDC countries, they are suffering a lot. You can see on my slides the rainfall, erratic monsoon. It's record 625 mm in 24 hours in July 2024 in Nepal. This is also a very, surprising. Even some of the cities in the other different states, they do not face this problem even in one season, but we are facing this in a single day. So there are many other glacial lakes, outbursts, problems, floods and landslides, extreme heats in the southern part of Nepal, and so on. Next. We are emitting very less, but the impact is very large. You can see the per capita emission is very low in Nepal. We can compare to other countries. But Nepal is already committed in nationally determined contribution 3. Nepal has advanced its net zero target to 2045, not 2050, 5 years in advance. So we also ask other countries to match this commitment. Nepal needs 25 billion US dollar for the cost of climate damage caused overwhelmingly by others, because it's a global problem, so we emit very less, but we are facing very large impact. So finance must flow, not as charity, but the responsibility. Next. So in Kathmandu, we organized a flagship program in May 2025 that is called Sagarmatha Sambad. Sagarmatha means Mount Everest in Nepali, and Sambad means dialogue. So it's Mount Everest dialogue. So the message of Sagarmatha Sambad are presented in 4 pillars, but I focus on the 4th pillar. That is, it is the most relevant for WTO trade and green economy. So the outcome document of Sagarmatha Sambad gives a strong multilateral mandate for Nepal, and like the green transition and trade policies must align with the climate resilience and technology transfer for clean energy, aid for trade, and that should be given to the LDCs for trade competitiveness. Next. This shows the consistent policy commitment by Nepal. In our constitution, there is the right to a clean environment. It's a constitutional obligation. It's in the Article 30 of the Constitution. And NDC 2, we have some commitments, National Adaptation Plan 2025, focusing on agriculture, water infrastructure, long-term strategy 2023, focusing on Nepal Trade Integrated Strategy, Net Zero by 2045, decarbonization, etc. And our 16th plan, 5-year plan, which started in 2024, focuses on green growth, climate action, and the relevant budget in this plan for climate-related issues is 6 to 20%. So we are committed by our plan for green growth. We have commerce policy and NDC 3.0, which also focused on the green growth. Next. Okay. These are some policy measures that are adopted domestically and also compared to WTO engagement of trade and environment. On domestic side, we are not waiting for the world to act. We are acting ourselves, like we have tariff exemption for solar, electrical vehicle incentives, and green procurement. These are live policies today. Then we are part of structural discussions, and we are pushing for frameworks that protect the most vulnerable. On the carbon sides, this is a diplomatically sensitive point, and we do not oppose carbon pricing, but any border measure must respect CBDR and not punish those who did not cause the crisis. Despite the progress, Nepal faces many structural barriers and limit our ability to build climate resilience through trade. Next. Nepal is graduating soon. This should be a moment of pride, but without a carefully managed transition, we risk losing 2.5 to 4% of merchandise exports overnight. That is not only an abstract number. This is related to employment, livelihoods of the people, and fiscal space we need for climate adaptation. At the moment, Nepal needs more climate finance. The trend is moving in the wrong direction. Like after LDC graduation, we are vulnerable and we emit less, but maybe our climate financing may be affected. So we are worried about it. Next. Nepal has also very large assets, not only the problems. Our hydropower capacity is one of a very large capacity, like 83,000 megawatt capacity theoretically. Then we are exporting our hydropower to our neighboring countries, and our organic agriculture, like Nepali coffee, cardamom, herbs, command premium prices globally, but without certification support and traceability systems, we cannot access those markets at scale. So we are also part of the World Bank ERPA. We have already signed a 45 billion deal for verified carbon reductions. Article 6 of Paris Agreement can multiply this if the right frameworks are in place at the WTO also. Realizing this potential requires right support architecture, aid for trade, and green value chains. Next. Every extra day, a Nepali truck sits idle at the border. It's not just a cost, it's carbon. So trade facilitation is a climatic action because we are landlocked and the transaction cost is very high. EUDR compliance is urgent and specific. The EU deforestation regulation will affect our coffee, timber, and agricultural exports starting very soon. We need investment in geo-mapping and traceability systems now, not after 5 years. Nepal cannot access the full value of its carbon sinks without technical capacity to engage in international carbon markets. This is where aid for trade must be targeted. So the next slide will deeper go on the value chains. Next. No, yes. Our almost half of Nepal is covered by forest. It means 45% is covered by forest. This is not just biodiversity, it is a carbon asset for the global community. So we are also like some projects like RED Plus, which is working on the community forest. Community forests are managed by the corporations and they are managed by local communities. It is one of the best example in the world. You may know that the Eleanor Ostrom in 2009, she also studied about the Nepal's community forest and she got a Nobel Prize, but studying common resources in Indonesia and other countries, she also studied this community forest in Nepal. So this is one of good example from Nepal, and the EUDR deforestation regulation is a reality. Our exporters must comply this, but compliance requires investment, and we need more investment. We cannot do it alone. This is where the international community must support us. On the policy opportunity, community forestry should be explicitly recognized in global deforestation-free standards. Nepal will advocate for this at WTO also. Now onward, I will see some activities of EUDR. These activities were done in one of our district that called Nuakot. There were some training by EUDR and also they supported the local community for the recycle economy, waste management, and reusing of the product, etc. Next slide. This is the one of the example of eco-design for sustainable product regulation. Nepal is not waiting to cut off guard by the next EU regulation. We are training our SMEs now on circular economy principles, which we can see 40 business are counting. WTO delegates also appreciates that real economy is a small business. So we have to focus on these SMEs. Next, here I am showing that the Pashmina industry in Nepal. Pashmina is a fine cashmere products from Nepal, which we use Changra, the Himalayan goats, for to produce Pashmina, scarves, etc. And this is a high quality product from Nepal, and EU project is supporting this. While producing this, we also consider the animal welfare and sustainable harvesting practices, and the experts give training to the local people. Next. Because of the time constraint, I just focus on my conclusion and the way forward. We are graduating from LDC status, but our vulnerabilities are there. Vulnerabilities are not graduating together with our graduation. So our risks are there. Our climate risks are there. So we need to focus on our risk. So timelines must reflect reality, not just the status. Solar panels and hydro turbines should not face tariffs. Clean energy goods must be free of flow. Aid for trade must be climate additional. New dedicated finance for green transition, not relabeled the existing aid. We demand that the climate financing must be additional, not count in the aid. We support carbon pricing. We ask only that it does not punish the innocent. Our forests are already deforestation free. Give us the framework to prove and monetize that. And operationalize what was agreed in Kathmandu. Mountain nations cannot wait. So we need climate justice. These are not radical demands. They are the minimum required for climate justice in the multilateral trading systems. So I leave with you a final thought. Next slide. From Sagarmatha, Mount Everest to Mont Blanc, glaciers are melting. The time for leveraging trade for climate action is now. So when I look out from my window in Geneva, I see Mont Blanc. So I see what Nepali farmers see when they also look from their window and see Himalayas and Mount Everest. We have the same problem. This is the global problem. The glaciers are disappearing and we are worried about it. This is not only our problem, this is the global and shared problems. Thank you.
Tous nos remerciements, Dr Damarou, pour votre exposé sur le Népal. Donc, avec 0,1% des émissions mondiales, le Népal est fortement touché par la fonte des glaciers, les inondations et la sécheresse. Et à travers son exposé, nous pouvons comprendre que le Népal fait du commerce un levier de transition verte, notamment grâce à son potentiel hydroélectrique, tout en appelant à davantage de financement climatique, de transfert de technologies, mais également de règles commerciales beaucoup plus équitables pour les pays plus vulnérables, surtout qu'ils sont dans cette phase de graduation, de reclassement. Donc, sans plus tarder, la parole est au Sénégal. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tout le monde. Je suis Ahmed Tidjandja, je suis le directeur du commerce extérieur du Sénégal. L'objectif de cette présentation de ce matin est de vous montrer en quelques slides comment un pays comme le Sénégal, fortement impacté par le changement climatique, est en train de se débattre à travers le commerce. Et dans ce commerce, next slide, et dans ce commerce, à travers 3 secteurs prioritaires. Next slide. à travers 3 secteurs prioritaires tels que la pêche, l'agriculture et le tourisme, démontrer quelles sont ces vulnérabilités et ensuite voir exactement quelles sont les réponses qui sont apportées par le Sénégal et avec d'autres partenaires sur l'amélioration de sa stratégie. Next slide. On sait exactement que le Sénégal est un pays historiquement contribue très marginalement aux émissions mondiales. On a juste 306 millions de tonnes de CO2 émises entre 2020 et 2024, soit 0,016% des émissions mondiales. Je crois que ça, c'est quand même très minime par rapport à ce qui se fait ailleurs. Maintenant, l'impact sur le Sénégal, je crois que les points les plus essentiels est que depuis 1950, le Sénégal s'est réchauffé de plus de 2 degrés. Ça, c'est quand même énorme par rapport à notre vulnérabilité. Ensuite, les précipitations les pluies ont diminué de 250 mm et les zones arides commencent à progresser du nord vers le sud. Ça commence à impacter fortement sur les productions agricoles. Next slide. Maintenant, comment faire le lien entre ces phénomènes et le commerce? Dans les zones horticoles, plus précisément au nord, au centre, au sud-est, on voit qu'il y a une fragilisation importante des périmètres irrigués et une disponibilité en eau qui commence à être incertaine. Et ça se répercute exactement sur la baisse des rendements qui varie de 20 à 50% sur les principales céréales vivrières telles que le mil, le sorgho et le maïs. Maintenant, sur le commerce, cet impact se voit exactement sur une instabilité structurelle des volumes commercialisés. Donc, il n'y a plus de visibilité sur la production, il n'y a plus de visibilité sur la qualité et donc une grosse variabilité par rapport à la contractualisation qui affecte fortement les producteurs. Ça commence à se détériorer par rapport à la situation du Sénégal par rapport à ses exportations. Next slide. Ça, c'était sur l'agriculture. Sur la pêche. Sur la pêche, on commence à connaître un phénomène quand même très récurrent depuis quelques années. On sait que le Sénégal possède une côte très sablonneuse. Mais malheureusement, depuis quelques années, on commence à voir un réchauffement des eaux de surface au sud des îles Canaries. Les îles Canaries sont des îles qui se situent entre la Mauritanie et le Maroc. On voit exactement un déplacement de certaines variétés de poissons telles que la sardinelle, qui est très prisée au Sénégal, qui commence à se déplacer du sud vers le nord. J'ai même discuté avec un Marocain qui me disait qu'il commence à pêcher des sardinelles alors qu'auparavant, il ne le faisait pas. Maintenant, sur ça, on voit exactement par rapport à cette situation une augmentation des coûts d'exploitation. Les pêcheurs vont maintenant assez plus loin en haute mer pour pouvoir quand même avoir de la sardinelle et des autres espèces. Maintenant, ça se répercute aussi sur la qualité des captures, mais aussi sur la taille. Si on a ces problèmes liés de bout en bout, une augmentation des coûts d'exploitation, une variabilité sur la taille et la qualité des captures, on est forcément en but à des difficultés par rapport à la contractualisation qu'on a avec les acheteurs, soit locaux, soit internationaux. Donc, on n'est plus en phase avec nos contrats qui ont été calés ailleurs. Et ça démontre aussi un problème de compétitivité par rapport à d'autres puissances aquacoles. Le Sénégal est en concurrence avec de grands pays sur le marché européen, tels que les Chinois, tels que les Vietnamiens, et même des pays africains tels que la Mauritanie et le Maroc. Donc, on a un grand problème de compétitivité sur l'accès au marché européen. Next slide. Troisième vulnérabilité, on le voit sur le tourisme. Si vous avez l'habitude d'aller fréquemment au Sénégal, il y avait 20 ans, la côte sur la zone balnéaire de Sali avait complètement disparu du fait de l'érosion côtière. Mais malheureusement, heureusement, avec un programme de réhabilitation, la côte a été restaurée. Mais ça ne dédouane pas peut-être les autorités d'avoir une certaine durabilité dans la lutte. Maintenant, cette vulnérabilité se voit surtout dans les pertes d'infrastructures économiques, résidentielles et touristiques. Ensuite, en matière d'investissement, on n'a plus une grosse visibilité sur les investissements. on a un raccourcissement de la durée des investissements, on a une augmentation des coûts d'entretien des infrastructures touristiques et résidentielles. Alors que l'Union européenne et la Suisse figurent parmi les pays qui imposent le plus de normes environnementales en matière touristique. Next slide. Maintenant, cette slide va montrer exactement une situation qui a changé depuis 10 ans. En 2015, les produits halieutiques figuraient parmi les 3 premiers postes d'exportation du Sénégal. Maintenant, ce poste a été relégué au second plan par des secteurs qui impactent le plus sur l'environnement. On voit la production pétrolière, on voit l'or industriel, on voit l'acide phosphorique, on voit l'extraction de titane. Ces secteurs-là impactent le plus sur l'environnement, mais qui croissent plus à l'exportation. Et si on voit que dans les revenus en ressources publiques, ces secteurs-là apportent le moins sur le budget de l'État que les autres. Alors que sur les secteurs traditionnels qui nous valaient beaucoup d'apport en matière d'exportation, les produits arachidiers, les produits halieutiques, on a quand même une tendance baissière que l'on voit depuis 10 ans. Le tonnage en matière d'exportation commence à se tarir, bien que les chiffres en matière de ressources commencent à augmenter. Mais malheureusement, les volumes ont commencé à tarir. Je prends seulement 2 exemples. En 2018, le Sénégal exportait sur le marché européen 41 000 tonnes de poissons. Ce volume-là a baissé en 2024 à 25 000 tonnes. Maintenant, par rapport aux chiffres, par rapport aux recettes, en 2018, c'était 215 millions de dollars. En 2024, 193 millions de dollars. Donc, les volumes ont fortement baissé, mais les valeurs, les ressources publiques ont commencé à stagner. Ça veut dire que ce que l'on peut tirer sur la ressource en matière d'exportation halieutique est quand même une chose quand même très importante. Mais malheureusement, ça commence à tarder du fait de l'impact naturel des aléas climatiques, mais aussi du fait de la main humaine. Next slide. Maintenant, cette carte nous montre la carte environnementale du Sénégal. Je prends 3 zones. La zone des Niayes, la zone de la vallée du fleuve et la zone aurifère du Sud. Ces zones-là sont les plus impactées en matière de production extractive. Le Sénégal a commencé à extraire du pétrole et du gaz. On a recensé au moins 25 000 embarcations qui ont été laissées en rade du fait de l'extraction du gaz et du pétrole dans la zone du nord-ouest, dans la zone de Saint-Louis. Dans la zone aurifère aussi, on a vu beaucoup d'exploitations agricoles qui ont commencé à disparaître du fait de l'extraction de l'or. Et dans la zone des Niayes, autour de Dakar, du fait de l'extraction du zircon, des phosphates et de l'engrais, on a quand même beaucoup de retombées négatives sur les ressources agricoles du Sénégal. Donc ça, c'est quand même l'impact de l'humain qui est en train de peser beaucoup sur la production agricole du Sénégal. Next slide. Next slide aussi. Maintenant, les secteurs les plus impactés du fait non seulement des aléas climatiques, mais aussi de la main humaine. On a la pêche, le secteur agricole, le tourisme. Ces secteurs à eux seuls représentent 30% de l'économie. Mais derrière ces 30%, il y a des chiffres qui sont quand même très importants. Sur la pêche, on a 70% de besoins en protéines animales qui sont menacés. Sur l'agriculture, c'est 60% de la population active qui est menacée. Sur le tourisme, c'est 300 000 emplois directs et indirects qui sont menacés par l'effet des aléas climatiques. Next slide. Maintenant, quels sont les défis? Les défis, je crois que sur la pêche, on a d'abord, c'est d'essayer à préserver la ressource productive. On a des problèmes sur la surface de l'eau. On a des problèmes sur la surface de l'eau, mais il y a des dispositions qui sont en train d'être mises en place pour développer de plus en plus l'aquaculture et la pisciculture dans les zones de mangroves, etc. Le Sénégal a mis en place une direction des aires marines protégées. qui à ce jour a réussi à mettre en place 1000 km² d'aires marines protégées pour quand même commencer à préserver la ressource. Ça, quand même, c'est la première étape. La deuxième étape, c'est d'avoir un défi sur la certification. On a quand même beaucoup de difficultés parce que la grande masse de ceux qui s'occupent des activités de la pêche, ce sont des petites PME qui ont du mal à se conformer à la certification. Ensuite, sur la traçabilité et le contrôle, on a énormément de problèmes sur le contrôle et la traçabilité. On a des problèmes sur le déficit de données scientifiques. On a des problèmes sur l'organisation même collective qui est quand même très limitée. Next slide. Maintenant, si on parvient à réussir ce défi-là, on sortira au moins une grande majorité des acteurs qui étaient lésés par une non-connexion de leurs activités par rapport aux normes internationales, souvent européennes. C'est quand même une manière de les mettre dans le bain. Next slide. Maintenant, sur l'agriculture. L'agriculture, le premier défi, c'est quand même de préserver la ressource du sol. Comment avoir des irrigations modernes liées peut-être à des semences, peut-être améliorées à une qualité sur les intrants, à d'autres activités. Maintenant, sur la politique même commerciale, à avoir des semences qui nous viennent de l'extérieur, mais avec des barrières tarifaires et non tarifaires qui sont quand même diminuées. Next slide. Sur le tourisme, je crois que les deux grands défis sur le tourisme, c'est de commencer à développer l'écotourisme et le tourisme communautaire. Ça, quand même, c'est le défi de base. Maintenant, sur le défi subséquent, et que le Sénégal est malheureusement peu enclin, peut-être pour le moment, à développer des critères sur le tourisme durable. C'est l'occasion maintenant pour nous de commencer à s'impliquer, notamment sur les critères du Conseil mondial du tourisme durable, de s'intéresser aux programmes tels que ECHEC, pour quand même amener la grande masse de ceux qui s'activent autour du tourisme à s'intéresser à ces normes-là. Next slide. Maintenant, tout est planification, tout est vision. Le Sénégal a instauré depuis 2 ans une nouvelle stratégie de planification, le Sénégal 2050. Cette stratégie-là a identifié 4 moteurs de croissance, les industries extractives, y compris les phosphates, les engrais, etc., les industries agroalimentaires, y compris les produits halieutiques, les branches de production horticole, etc., les industries manufacturières, y compris l'industrie de recyclage. Ensuite, le 4e moteur de croissance, c'est les services à forte valeur ajoutée, y compris le tourisme. Tout cela, c'est à mettre dans le pipeline des discussions sur lesquelles on aura besoin d'avoir un commerce beaucoup plus vert pour le Sénégal. Maintenant, le défi de la diversification et de la transformation structurelle. On ne peut pas réussir cette stratégie-là sans commencer à diversifier et à transformer structurellement nos entreprises. Et ça commence peut-être à avoir peut-être une certaine liaison avec la certification, avec la normalisation, avec l'industrie moderne. Next slide. Maintenant, les réponses. La première réponse est une réponse politique. Il faut quand même avoir un alignement exact sur nos besoins et ce qui est en train d'être mis en place au niveau des régimes commerciaux. On prend un exemple. Sur les composants des systèmes solaires, on a réussi à abaisser, à même éliminer les tarifs douaniers sur les modules photovoltaïques. Mais les autres composants qui entrent dans le dispositif complet sont justement surtaxés. Maintenant, c'est le lieu de revoir peut-être le régime commercial. Ensuite, il y a beaucoup de distorsions sur les importations par rapport à des BNT, des barrières non tarifaires, qui impactent beaucoup sur les importations de beaucoup de produits verts, de beaucoup de technologies vertes et de services verts. Maintenant, sur les services même, il faudrait quand même revoir la mobilité peut-être de la main-d'œuvre, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de besoins que nous avons sur l'expertise externe qui peuvent nous venir de l'extérieur, dont nous avons quand même des goulots peut-être à leur entrée. Next slide. Maintenant, juste après la production, on a les industries vertes, les services verts qui accompagnent les exportations. Je crois que ça, c'est un domaine très important peut-être pour lequel le Sénégal doit absolument se mettre à niveau pour quand même capter le marché extérieur. Next slide. Maintenant, ce que l'on peut faire est de commencer à travailler de manière très graduelle. Le premier domaine qui a été identifié est de commencer à développer des systèmes de traçabilité progressifs et inclusifs. On sait que 97% des PME constituent l'activité économique du Sénégal. Maintenant, beaucoup de ces PME tournent autour de ces systèmes qui sont affectés par la transition écologique. Les produits, le système agricole, le système halieutique, commencer à les intéresser sur une traçabilité progressive et inclusive, amener une grande masse des acteurs qui tournent autour de la pêche, de l'agriculture et du tourisme à s'intéresser à la traçabilité de manière progressive et de manière inclusive. Ensuite, on a identifié que la certification est quand même une activité très chère, une activité techniquement très pesante et qui prend beaucoup d'efforts. Beaucoup de PME n'ont pas la capacité de se mettre en conformité par rapport à certaines normes. C'est le lieu maintenant de créer des outils pour lesquels ils seront intéressés, non seulement en mettant en place des certifications groupées, en mettant en place des plateformes de services partagés, en mettant en place une mutualisation des audits et des contrôles. Ensuite, il faudrait un renforcement des capacités institutionnelles et organisationnelles de ces structures-là. Maintenant, sur l'utilisation du commerce. Au Sénégal, il y a une banque qu'on appelle la LBA. La LBA qui commence à s'intéresser au commerce vert, au financement vert, qui a commencé à mettre en place des crédits sur le commerce vert, mais malheureusement, c'est encore très petit. C'est le lieu maintenant de dupliquer ces exemples-là dans la plateforme financière nationale, en mettant en place des assurances agricoles, en mettant en place des mécanismes de financement climatique, en mettant en place des dispositifs de partage de risques. Next slide. Maintenant, malgré tout ça, on a eu à avoir des solutions qui commencent à avoir des effets sur notre pays. Il y a un exemple qui est quand même à démontrer, c'est ce qu'on appelle le dispositif qui a été mis en place par l'Alliance mondiale pour la facilitation des échanges commerciaux, qui a réussi à simplifier, à digitaliser et à moderniser les processus d'importation de certaines semences sur les haricots verts, sur la patate douce, etc. Ça, c'est un exemple peut-être à dupliquer sur les autres secteurs pour commencer à avoir des résultats sur ça. Maintenant, je disais tout à l'heure qu'il y a 10 ans, il y a 20 ans, sur la côte, au niveau de Sali, la côte avait totalement disparu. Mais avec le projet PDTE, la côte a été restaurée. On a quand même réussi à recharger 325 000 mètres carrés de plage. Et on a installé des digues de protection avec des brise-lames. Ça aussi, c'est un exemple qui a réussi au Sénégal, qui peut être dupliqué dans d'autres zones. Maintenant, sur d'autres initiatives, je crois que sur le plan touristique, on a quand même commencé à étudier l'intégration de certains critères environnementaux dans l'octroi des agréments touristiques, mais aussi en mettant en place une classification touristique verte sur le système d'étoiles vertes en matière de labels pour avoir une meilleure durabilité sur le domaine touristique. C'était en quelques slides ce que nous avons proposé pour démontrer comment le Sénégal, qui est un pays fortement impacté par le changement climatique, veut et commence à avoir des idées sur la manière de lutter et la manière de s'insérer sur le commerce mondial vert et avoir quand même des opportunités qu'il peut saisir, notamment sur le marché européen. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le directeur du commerce extérieur du Sénégal, pour cette intervention qui a mis en lumière la vulnérabilité du Sénégal face aux effets du changement climatique, en particulier dans les secteurs essentiels de son économie, tels que l'agriculture, la pêche et le tourisme. Et face à ces défis, nous avons noté que le Sénégal mise notamment sur l'adaptation des systèmes productifs, l'économie circulaire, l'agriculture climato-intelligente, l'écotourisme, les technologies vertes et le renforcement de la traçabilité pour accroître sa résilience et renforcer la compétitivité des entreprises. Nous allons maintenant écouter M. Peter Kovacs de la mission permanente de l'Union européenne à l'Organisation mondiale du commerce. Merci.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. First, let me thank Nepal, Senegal, and the International Trade Center for organizing this discussion. I found the presentations from Nepal and Senegal particularly useful because they make this debate very concrete. Let's admit that too often discussions on trade and climate remain theoretical, sometimes even dogmatic. But what we heard today is very practical. You heard in Senegal, climate change is already affecting fisheries, agriculture, and tourism. Warmer waters are affecting fish stocks and creating instability across the fisheries value chain. Reduced rainfall and water stress are affecting agricultural yields, export liability, and food security. Coastal erosion is threatening tourism infrastructure and local livelihoods. In Nepal, the impacts are different but equally serious. Glacier retreat, floods, landslides, and increasingly extreme weather events are affecting infrastructure, connectivity, agriculture, and economic resilience. And what both presentations show very clearly is that climate competitiveness is no longer a future issue. It is already a trade, investment, and development future today. And this is what I would like to focus my presentation on is the EU approach, the EU perspective on climate competitiveness in and of least developed countries. And more than just approach, I will try to be as action-oriented as possible. The Green Deal. The European Green Deal matters for our relations with least developed countries, because this is also a development issue. But the Green Deal is not simply an environmental policy, it's Europe's new economic growth and industrial strategy. It affects production methods, investment patterns, supply chains, standards, and consumer expectations. Naturally, many developing countries and least developed countries ask whether this creates new opportunities or mainly new constraints. I think the honest answer is both. There are clearly new sustainability-related requirements emerging globally, including on traceability, environmental standards, reporting requirements, and greener production methods. For SMEs and small exporters, these adjustments can be difficult and costly. And we should acknowledge these concerns openly. At the same time, it is a mistake to see the green transition only through the lens of compliance costs. The global economy is moving toward greener value chains and lower carbon production models. Demand for sustainable products is increasing. Investment is increasingly flowing towards clean technologies and sustainable industries. And countries that position themselves early can benefit from new trade and investment opportunities. So the key question becomes, how do we ensure that least developed countries are fully part of this transition? For the European Union, the answer is partnership, gradual adaptation, investment, and practical support. Let me give a few concrete examples. First, market access. The EU's generalized scheme of preferences remains one of the most important trade instruments supporting developing countries and least developing countries. And for LDC specifically, the Everything But Arms arrangement continues to provide full duty-free and quota-free access to the EU market for all products except arms and ammunition. Importantly, this arrangement remains open-ended without an expiry date. That predictability is extremely important for low-income countries because it supports long-term investment, export diversification, and industrial planning. The new GSP regulation, which will apply from 2027, also tries to address one important concern for graduating these developing countries, which is avoiding a sudden loss of preferences. This is particularly relevant for countries like Nepal. The new system maintains a generous 3-year transition period after graduation and simplifies access to the GSP Plus regime. GSP Plus is important because it allows vulnerable low and lower middle income countries to continue benefiting from very significant tariff reductions while supporting sustainable development objectives. So the idea is to create smoother transition pathways rather than cliff edge effects. And I think this matters because climate adaptation and economic transformation require stability and predictability. The second example is investment and infrastructure partnership. Through the Global Gateway Strategy, the EU is supporting investments in renewable energy, transport, digital connectivity, logistics, education, and sustainable infrastructure. Why is this relevant for climate competitiveness? Because countries cannot build greener value chains without energy systems, transport infrastructure, digital tools, logistics capacity, and industrial investment. Take renewable energy, for example. Many LDCs have enormous potential in hydropower, solar energy, sustainable agriculture, or circular economy sectors. Nepal mentioned hydropower opportunities very clearly today. But potential alone is not enough. You also need grids, technology, financing, standards, and regional integration. Many words which we heard also in the previous session, actually. The same applies to Senegal's fisheries and agriculture sectors. Climate resilience is not only about environmental adaptation. It is also about maintaining export competitiveness, preserving jobs, and strengthening local value chains. The third example is technical assistance and capacity building. I think the EU-funded climate competitiveness project implemented by ITC is actually a very good example of how trade and climate cooperation can work in practice. The project runs from 2023 to 2026 and supports countries including Senegal, Nepal, Mauritius, Vietnam, the Philippines, Ecuador, and the Dominican Republic. Its objective is not simply to discuss climate policy in abstract terms. It is to help countries strengthen the link between trade policy, industrial policy, and climate resilience. Importantly, the project is country-led and demand-driven. It supports governments in developing national trade and climate strategies through consultations involving ministries, the private sector, and business support organizations. National dialogues have already taken place in several partner countries, including Senegal. The project also supports analytical work on areas such as renewable energy deployment, circular economy opportunities, and regional value chains linked to electric vehicle battery recycling. At the practical level, the project has trained hundreds of SMEs and business support organizations on climate-related market requirements and voluntary sustainability standards. And I think this is extremely important because for many SMEs, concepts such as traceability systems, eco-design, sustainable packaging, carbon reporting, or circular economy practices can still appear very abstract. The project helps translate these issues into practical business adaptation tools. This is exactly the kind of cooperation we need more of. Because the objective should not be exclusion from global markets, the objective should be inclusion in sustainable value chains. And frankly, this is also in Europe's interest. Europe needs reliable and sustainable economic partners. Now, discussions on trade-related climate measures are understandably sensitive. Many developing countries are concerned about fragmentation, interoperability, and implementation capacity. These are legitimate concerns. This is why discussions at WTO matter. The Committee on Trade and Environment provides an important platform to improve transparency, exchange experiences, and strengthen cooperation on trade-related environmental and climate policies. We also see increasing interest among members regarding methodologies for calculating embedded emissions and broader trade-related climate measures. In this regard, we support practical discussions focused on transparency, development aspects, and interoperability. And importantly, least developing countries need to be fully part of these discussions, not simply informed afterwards. Because many LDCs face specific realities, limited in institutional capacity, high climate vulnerability, small administrative systems, and limited access to climate finance. Finally, let me make one broader point. Sometimes the debate presents a forced choice, either climate ambition or development. I don't think this is the right approach. For many LDCs, the costs of climate inaction are already high. The real challenge is ensuring that climate ambition and development reinforce each other, that the green transition creates new opportunities rather than new divides, that LDCs participate not only as suppliers of raw materials, but as partners in greener and more resilient value chains, and that the multilateral trading system, us, helps support that transition in an inclusive way. For the European Union, this is ultimately the objective. Believe or not, we don't want simply just to export regulations, but we want to build long-term partnerships around resilience, sustainability, investment, and economic transformation. Thank you.
Nos remerciements à M. Peter Kovacs de l'Union européenne pour cette contribution qui rappelle que le changement climatique est désormais un enjeu central pour le commerce, l'investissement et le développement, et qui met aussi en exergue les instruments de l'Union européenne qui sont mis à la disposition des pays les moins avancés pour renforcer leur résilience, leur compétitivité et leur intégration dans une économie mondiale beaucoup plus durable. Donc, à la lecture des interventions de nos différents panélistes, nous pensons qu'il y a plusieurs questions qui pourraient mériter notre attention. Une première question à l'attention de nos panélistes. Quelles sont, selon vous, les priorités les plus urgentes auxquelles sont confrontés les pays les moins avancés en matière de changement climatique et comment la coopération internationale peut-elle relever ces défis? Dans un contexte également géopolitique assez changeant. Merci. Allez-y.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Maintenant, je pense que sur cette problématique, à l'image du Sénégal, hein, je crois qu'on pourrait retourner 5 à 6 points sur lesquels on pourrait avoir des actions nécessaires, mais quand même très importantes. Je crois que la première action, que c'est dans les politiques nationales, on devrait sentir la volonté de l'État. Pour ce qui concerne le Sénégal, la volonté des États, pour ce qui concerne les paiements, à avoir comme volonté de commencer à développer un commerce vert. Et ça doit transparaître dans toutes les politiques et les stratégies nationales. J'avais pris tout à l'heure l'exemple du Sénégal. Comme on a pris 4 moteurs de croissance, il faudrait que le commerce vert se reflète dans les 4 moteurs de croissance. Comment on pourrait avoir ce qu'on appelle peut-être une éco-responsabilité par rapport au secteur extractif? Comment les amener à avoir une grande responsabilité dans les impacts sur l'environnement? Ensuite, sur les autres secteurs qui sont impactés, comment avoir à réussir peut-être une politique pro-commerce pro-commerce vert. J'ai pris l'exemple de l'industrie halieutique, l'industrie agricole. Comment amener l'État à mieux investir sur la normalisation, sur la certification. Ensuite, dans les politiques commerciales, il faudrait avoir aussi en vue que beaucoup de nos ressources en commerce vert, les technologies, les services, nous viennent de l'extérieur. Comment diminuer les goulots qui empêchent ces technologies, ces semences qui nous viennent de l'extérieur à avoir moins de barrières à l'entrée sur les barrières tarifaires et sur les barrières non tarifaires. Ensuite, ce qu'on appelle les sources productives, à avoir quand même une évolution par rapport au système productif existant. Comment avoir des semences peut-être améliorées, comment avoir des intrants de plus de qualité qui sont conformes à certaines normes. Ensuite, sur l'industrie post-récolte, sur la conservation, sur le stockage, sur la transformation, comment avoir des choses qui sont conformes au commerce vert. Ensuite, sur la finance verte, on a réussi au Sénégal à impliquer, à intéresser une certaine banque, la LBA, à avoir peut-être des gammes de crédits qui sont liées au commerce vert. Comment réussir à les diffuser dans toutes les autres banques et que la finance nationale commence à s'intéresser. Et ça commence sur la finance nationale, mais aussi on pourrait avoir une coopération avec d'autres structures financières qui nous viennent de l'extérieur. Tout ça, c'est un ensemble de points sur lesquels, en matière de politique, en matière d'investissement, en matière d'autres choses, réussir non seulement à avoir une bonne volonté sur le plan national, mais réussir à avoir quand même une coopération avec les autres structures telles que l'Union européenne et les autres bailleurs de fonds. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. So far, the priority areas concerns, we have some priority in national economy. For example, as you know, the hydropower capacity of Nepal is very good. So we prioritize hydropower, which is a green energy. And we also focus on agriculture, especially on the organic side of the agriculture and tourism. And for this, we have some other priorities for supporting these main sectors of the economy. For example, the access to technology, climate financing and justice, and capacity building and technical human resource enhancing, trade policy coherence with the LDC's needs. The environmental measures should support the sustainable development of LDCs, but should not be the barriers for the market access of LDC's experts. Thank you.
Of course, the European Union is not there to tell least developing countries what their priorities should be or what the urgent priorities. As I said in my presentation, our projects, our programs, they are country-driven, country and demand-driven, country-led and demand-driven. It's true for the ITC project, but it is true in general for our approach and for the Global Gateway project, where we practically negotiate with the host governments on the priorities of our interaction and cooperation in the countries. That said, of course, there is one thing what is urgent and what is long-term important. And what is long-term important in our view, and our cooperation activities focus on improving the investment climate in developing and least developed countries. And this is what Global Gateway is focusing on. So rather long-term strategic cooperation activities. That said, of course, the EU is very active also in addressing urgent needs, disasters, and any crises which may happen in least developed countries. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'il serait également intéressant d'avoir peut-être l'avis des participants. S'il y a d'autres PMA qui sont représentés dans la salle, qui puissent également nous donner leur avis sur les priorités les plus urgentes, leur perception par rapport à la redéfinition des relation avec la coopération internationale pour relever ces défis, mais également d'autres exemples de réussite de la résilience climatique dans leur pays. La parole est aux participants qui voudraient la prendre. Nous vous demanderons tout simplement de vous présenter l'institution que vous représentez et votre fonction. Merci beaucoup. Oui, allez-y, monsieur.
Merci, Madame la modératrice. Je suis Irissa Goubgou, je suis premier conseiller à la mission de Burkina au sein du comité du commerce et de l'environnement. Je suis le point focal des paiements. Je voudrais commencer par remercier le Sénégal, le Népal, l'Union européenne et l'ITC pour l'opportunité qui nous est donnée de connaître l'expérience de ces deux pays-là dans la mise en œuvre de leurs engagements internationaux et en relation avec leur politique au niveau national. En tout cas, pour ma part, ce sont des perspectives intéressantes et qui viennent s'ajouter au travail que nous faisons au sein du CCE et quant aux efforts déployés par les gouvernements des pays des paiements qui sont déjà confrontés à d'autres défis de développement et auxquels ces défis s'ajoutent les défis liés aux effets néfastes du changement climatique et également aux efforts dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre des mesures climatiques liées au commerce. Ce sur quoi je voudrais m'appesantir, c'est en termes de priorité. Et en termes de priorité, les intervenants l'ont souligné, les paiements disposent de grandes potentialités. Le collègue de lui a parlé de l'agriculture durable, d'autres aussi l'ont souligné. Et tout ce qui est produit éco, et qui est de plus en plus demandé, qui est de plus en plus, alors qu'au niveau des paiements, souvent même pour produire ces choses-là, on n'a pas besoin de beaucoup d'efforts comme ailleurs. Donc, il serait peut-être intéressant que nos efforts s'appesantissent sur comment valoriser ces potentialités des paiements. Les paiements ont fait une communication en 2025 sur ça, où on a répertorié l'ensemble des potentialités et également qu'à côté de ces potentialités-là, il y a un besoin de transfert de technologies vertes pour une meilleure valorisation. Donc, je n'ai pas beaucoup entendu parler de cet aspect qui est important pour l'ensemble des paiements, le transfert de technologies vertes. C'est vrai, nos actions doivent s'inscrire en droite ligne de nos engagements internationaux, que ce soit à la CNUC, que ce soit l'accord de Paris, que ce soit au sein de l'OMC, dans une perspective, comme mon collègue Damarou le signifiait, de justice climatique. Je ne voudrais pas être long, je vais juste, quand même, j'ai quelques questions à l'endroit du collègue de l'Union européenne qui a fait une très belle perspective sur comment les PMA peuvent participer à la transition verte. Il a mis en exergue les besoins de renforcer le partenariat et les investissements, que ce soit institutionnel ou infrastructurel. Et il a souligné une expression que j'aimerais bien avoir de clarification. Il a parlé du coût de l'inaction climatique. Du coût de l'inaction climatique, je ne sais pas si j'ai bien saisi le terme. J'aimerais également qu'il me partage ses perspectives, si possible, sur l'évolution que nous constatons. Depuis un certain temps, il y a une grande évolution. Bon nombre de membres, que ce soit ceux qui sont à l'OMC ou ailleurs, prennent des mesures climatiques liées au commerce. Lesquelles mesures climatiques liées au commerce, de la perspective des paiements, réduisent en tout cas les capacités d'exportation des paiements. Donc, au regard de cette évolution, comment lui, il pense que les paiements peuvent continuer d'avoir une place ou du moins s'intégrer au mieux dans le commerce mondial dans un contexte caractérisé par le développement des mesures climatiques liées au commerce? Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup au Burkina Faso. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your question and for your comments. Of course, we understand, as I said also in my presentation, that the challenges are there, but also the support programs are there, and the cooperation which the EU can offer. And of course, the EU is not alone. That has to be said. That there are several WTO members and organizations that are helping and that are there to support and to cooperate. We heard also this morning about the Pacific, but also in Africa. So in terms of the cost of climate inaction, I mean, I think that's pretty clear already for many countries and for many WTO members as well. We had also some presentations about that. Again, our approach is a comprehensive approach. Now, in terms of cooperation with least developed countries, and of course, this cooperation and this dialogue between us should continue. We have already programs also in Burkina Faso, but and also in many other least developed countries. So so again, we are of course ready for dialogue in this respect. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. J'aimerais un peu rebondir sur l'interpellation du Burkina. Je crois que la problématique de l'inaction climatique, je crois que nous, on le voit sur deux directions. Agir et ne pas agir. Et quelles sont les conséquences entre les deux choix? Ne pas agir, c'est de rester dans le sous-développement. Ne pas viser la transformation économique, ne pas viser la modernisation et rester dans les exportations de matières premières. Donc, on fait le choix de ne pas se développer de manière durable. Agir, c'est de se conformer par rapport aux normes. C'est d'avoir une certaine transformation des produits qu'on avait l'habitude d'exporter. Je prends l'exemple. Le Sénégal exporte de l'arachide brut du Sénégal vers la Chine. Les Chinois nous disent qu'avec cet arachide-là, ils peuvent faire 17 sous-produits au moins. Mais dans les 17 sous-produits, derrière les 17 sous-produits, il y a des usines de transformation, il y a des externalités économiques, il y a des possibilités de créer des emplois, il y a des possibilités de se moderniser et de se développer. Donc, agir, c'est d'investir durablement sur la transformation, sur la normalisation, sur la certification, sur le commerce vert en entier et réussir à se développer. Et ne pas agir, c'est de rester dans le sous-développement. C'est dans ces deux directions-là que
Oui, Sénégal.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Je voudrais d'abord, je m'appelle Falumbo Fall, je suis premier conseiller à la mission permanente du Sénégal ici. Je voudrais d'abord joindre ma voix à celle des premiers intervenants pour vous remercier, Madame la modératrice, en tout cas de la manière dont vous modérez nos travaux. Remercier également et féliciter les présentateurs, le directeur du commerce extérieur du Sénégal et l'honorable délégué, le représentant du Népal, pour la qualité des présentations, et aussi l'Union européenne pour l'exposé qui a été fait sur les perspectives. Je ne serai pas très long, sinon dire un petit mot par rapport au projet compétitivité climatique, qui est financé, je pense qu'on l'a rappelé, par l'Union européenne, vous-même vous l'avez rappelé, et exécuté par le CCI. Remercier également nos collègues du CCI pour l'accompagnement. Je sais qu'il y a beaucoup de projets et de programmes que nous bénéficions, le Sénégal, et dans le cadre du CCI. Certes, il y a ce projet compétitivité climatique, mais il y a d'autres où le CCI nous accompagne brièvement, en tout cas dans la mise en œuvre de tels projets et programmes au Sénégal. Mais compte tenu des priorités, en tout cas, qui concerneraient le Népal et qui concernent également le Sénégal sur les questions climatiques, véritablement, les priorités sont extrêmement importantes. Et c'est pourquoi je me suis dit qu'il serait intéressant, en tout cas, d'encourager l'Union européenne, d'étudier les possibilités, en tout cas, de proroger, en tout cas, un tel projet, s'il arrive bientôt à terme. Ce serait extrêmement important compte tenu des priorités climatiques qui sont là. On sait que d'ici peu de temps, en tout cas, ce sont des priorités qu'il sera très difficile à faire face d'ici la fin de l'année. Et l'accompagnement de l'Union européenne est extrêmement important sur les aspects liés, en tout cas, au climat. C'est pourquoi j'avais pensé à cela, à étudier en tout cas les possibilités d'une éventuelle prorogation pour nous permettre d'aller encore en avant, pour nous accompagner dans le cadre véritablement des stratégies que nous allons développer, des stratégies visant à la résilience climatique et pour lesquelles nous avons besoin quand même d'accompagnement des partenaires au développement, y compris l'Union européenne. J'ai écouté également la question pertinente que, en tout cas, notre cher collègue du Burkina Faso, qui est par ailleurs, comme il l'a si bien rappelé, le point focal du groupe des paiements sur les questions liées à l'environnement. C'est extrêmement important. Nous tenons également, je tiens également à le remercier pour cette brillante, en tout cas, intervention. Voilà un peu, Madame la modératrice, quelques mots que je voudrais, en tout cas, jeter livré à travers cette rencontre et remercier à nouveau, en tout cas, le Centre du commerce international pour cet accompagnement-là. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Premier conseiller. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres interventions dans la salle? Je pense que le message est bien noté par le représentant de l'Union européenne. Je pense qu'il ressort des deux dernières interventions qu'il y a vraiment une urgence, une même nécessité à accompagner les pays les moins avancés, en particulier les entreprises, pour l'émergence de nouveaux produits qui peuvent être facilement disponibles pour maintenir leur présence sur les marchés internationaux, mais également leur conformité par rapport aux normes, aux réglementations et aux attentes environnementales. Les accompagner également dans la mise en place de politiques commerciales qui peuvent contribuer à renforcer leur résilience climatique et surtout à faciliter l'accès aux technologies, aux équipements, aux services et aux investissements qui sont nécessaires à l'adaptation et à la transition verte. Tout ça dans un système commercial multilatéral qui garantit quand même que cette transition soit la plus inclusive possible et qu'elle tienne en considération les contraintes auxquelles font face les pays en développement. Sur ce, nous allons conclure cette session qui a été riche en enseignements. Je demanderai aux panélistes s'ils ont un dernier mot de le partager assez rapidement. Nepal, do you have a final word for this session?
Thank you very much, moderator. Finally, I would like to thank European Union, ITC, WTO Secretariat, and all the participants for participating this important event. And we also could raise some of our national issues that climate change, agriculture, technology transfer, and so on. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Pour mes derniers mots, je vais revenir un peu et embrayer sur ce qu'a dit mon collègue du Sénégal. Je crois que dans cet exercice-là, l'Union européenne nous a aidés à voir et apprécier le problème, nous a aidés à identifier le diagnostic et mettre sur la table le diagnostic. il serait très quand même malheureux et dommageable qu'après le diagnostic, on n'ait pas de suivi pour quand même commencer à régler le problème. Je crois que sur ce, nous demandons, nous espérons avoir peut-être de la suite dans ce qui a été fait jusqu'à présent, à avoir à détecter quels sont les problèmes en matière de commerce climatique et ce qui reste à faire dans la mise en œuvre. Je crois que sur ça, nous espérons fortement l'accompagnement pour la suite de l'Union européenne. Merci beaucoup. Et merci encore pour le CCI qui nous a accompagnés à mettre en place sur le plan technique le diagnostic et le rapport sur la compétitivité climatique du Sénégal. Merci encore une fois.
My last word would be for least developing countries that the choice is yours. The European Union is there to accompany you. And I would like to strongly recommend that you remember what Director Tidiane said about the choice between action and inaction. And so we believe that the choice is obvious. And through all our cooperation programs, the EU is ready to help and will work constructively bilaterally and also in the WTO to help achieve your objectives.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, mesdames, messieurs, nous arrivons au terme de cette session. Je tiens à adresser mes sincères remerciements à nos distingués panélistes pour la qualité de leurs interventions. Donc, les échanges d'aujourd'hui ont mis en évidence les défis majeurs que le changement climatique pose au commerce et au développement, mais également les nombreuses opportunités qu'offre une transition vers des économies plus résilientes, plus inclusives et plus durables. Je remercie également l'ensemble des participants pour leur attention, les intervenants pour leur contribution et la qualité des débats. Merci à toutes et à tous. La session est close.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stenberg, online, if you want to test your connection.
Can you
Hello,
hear me
yes, I
okay?
can. Yes, I can hear you well. I can see you as
Excellent.
well. Thank you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks very much
Perfect,
for
thank
facilitating this. Thank you.
Great. I'm just testing the English booth. Can you hear me, the interpreters? Good afternoon again. Thank you so much. In the French, you can hear me okay? In Spanish booth, can you hear me? Ah, perfect. Yes, I could hear the English booth. French, you can hear me okay? D'accord, merci. Merci. ¿Y español todo está bien?
Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I will just check that our speaker, who's online, Robbie, can hear us and that his mic is functioning. Oh, great. Hi, Robbie. Good to see you. So good afternoon, everyone, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to this event. Very happy to see so many familiar faces in the room. For the ones who don't know me, my name is Jean-Marie Meraldi, and I am a counselor at the Swiss mission to the WTO here in Geneva, where I am in charge of the topic of trade and environment. It is not the first time that the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability is presented here at the WTO, and I trust that most of you have already heard about it. If for those of you who are less familiar with it, I'd like to recall that the ACTS is an initiative by Costa Rica, Iceland, New Zealand, and Switzerland that seeks to demonstrate how trade policy can make a constructive contribution to global climate and sustainability objectives. It brings together a group of economies committed to reducing barriers to environmental goods and services, addressing environmentally harmful subsidies, and strengthening eco-labeling. The focus of today's event is to learn about the latest findings of the OECD on non-tariff measures in trade of environmental goods, and building on that, to discuss the solutions that have been developed in the Acts chapter on environmental goods. So let me introduce now our distinguished panel. We have Robbie Sternberg online, who is the lead advisor of the Trade Policy and Negotiations Division of the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and who is New Zealand's ACT's chief negotiator. On my left, I have the pleasure to welcome Angie Treza, who is a trade policy analyst in the Trade and Agriculture Directorate of the OECD. In her recent work, she has extensively covered the topic of trade in environmental goods and services. And Angie is also a former research economist of the WTO. She holds a PhD in economics, specializing in international trade. And on my right, I have Thomas Roth, who is deputy head of the WTO division at the State Secretariat of Economic Affairs in Bern. So as many have understood, Thomas is my capital, so I had better behave today. But most importantly, Thomas was the chief negotiator of ACTS for Switzerland. So moving on, our event will be structured as follows. We will begin with the intervention of Robbie Sternberg, who will give us an introduction to the ACTS agreement, its characteristics of being a living and open plurilateral agreement. And Robbie will also share the outcomes of the agreement in the area of trade and environmental goods. We will then move to the main part of this event, where Angie will give us a presentation on non-tariff measures in trade and environmental goods, including an ad valorem equivalent analysis of the ACT's environmental goods list. Finally, Thomas will dive deeper into the ACT's chapter on trade and environmental goods, covering also the concepts of list approach, revision, and cooperation provisions related to NTMs. And then following this last presentation, I will be happy to give the floor to the audience for comments and questions on the topics discussed. So moving on to the substance, and keeping in mind especially that it's literally the middle of the night in New Zealand, I would like to thank you so much, Robbie, for staying up so late for us, and we'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Jean-Marie, for the kind introduction. I do hope you can all hear me. And on being up late, no worries. It's usual practice for New Zealand trade officials. I'm very pleased to be joining you all nonetheless for WTO Trade and Environment Week. And I hope all's going well with the important discussions taking place in Geneva this week. And my thanks as well to all those in attendance for your interest in the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability, the ACCTS or the ACTS. Warm greetings again from New Zealand. Kia ora koutou katoa. The intersection between trade and environment is a long-standing priority for New Zealand, and we're very proud to be among the founding members of the ACTS agreement alongside Costa Rica, Iceland, and Switzerland. The ACTS is designed as an open agreement for other WTO members to join, and New Zealand welcomes further discussion with other interested members, and I do encourage you to get in touch with us if you would like to discuss anything about the agreement further. I want to extend my thanks to colleagues from Switzerland and the OECD for their contributions today as well, and in particular for being bodies on the ground for this presentation and allowing me to speak virtually. So my task, as Jean-Marie set out, is to set out the overall concept of the ACTS and why it is a contribution to the challenge before us, as enshrined in the Marrakesh Agreement and its preamble, that is the language around expanding trade in goods and services in a way that aligns with sustainable development, including seeking to both protect and preserve our environment. So what is the ACTS? As the WTO Secretariat set out in the World Trade Report of 2022, existing trade rules that we all operate under already support climate goals by encouraging economic efficiencies and diffusing technologies. But that report identified, and it's something we certainly share with the ACTS countries, that more can be done to enhance the contribution of trade policy to climate change. So much of the work in the WTO's report is under discussion already in various bodies of the WTO, including further work to encourage transparency on trade-related climate measures, with a view to enabling coordinated action by the international community. Work to reduce barriers to environmental goods and services through things like the Test D discussions, and to discipline the rising subsidization of fossil fuels, which directly contribute to global warming through the WTO Fossil Fuel Subsidies Initiative, for example. All of this work New Zealand has long supported, and we would put forward that the ACTS is an important vehicle for action in advancing all of this work and our cooperation through the WTO. As Jean-Marie outlined, the ACTS was signed in 2024 by New Zealand, Costa Rica, Iceland, and Switzerland. And again, though, it is an open plurilateral trade agreement designed to align trade policy with climate and sustainability outcomes. It's fully compatible with the WTO, and when it enters into force, it will be open for accession to all WTO members in line with principles set out by our ministers in June 2025. And I encourage you to have a look at last year's joint ministerial statement on the ACTS to find out more about that. The ACTS will enter into force when 3 of the 4 ACTS members have ratified the agreement, which we expect by 2027. So the agreement is still in its very early stages of implementation. The ACTS uses trade measures like reducing tariffs and non-tariff barriers and setting rules on subsidies to support environmental protection and sustainable development objectives. Now, the clear thing to point out about this is that the ACTS is not a climate treaty, nor is it designed to replace domestic or international climate policy or action. It is designed to provide another tool to tackle the climate challenge. And to help economies meet sustainability goals together through collective and coordinated action. It has 4 main levers you'll see on the infographic that is shared on the screen in front of you. And they are 1, removing tariffs on and reducing other barriers to trade in environmental goods, and that is the subject of today's seminar, but also there are outcomes on facilitating trade in environmental services, a services list you'll see some detail about in the top right of that slide, as well as mentioned introducing the first and quite groundbreaking trade rule framework to curb harmful fossil fuel subsidies. And then finally, setting best practice guidelines for voluntary eco-labeling. And that is in part to ensure that they have credibility while avoiding the emergence of de facto trade barriers from labeling requirements. These levers are independent, but they all work together to enhance the contribution of trade policy to addressing the climate change. And they've been designed very deliberately to address different aspects of the trade policy related climate action task before us. The key thing to say is that the agreement is living. So the 4 pillars of the acts are the current is the state of the agreement as it exists now, but it's designed as well to evolve over time as new members join, as new issues emerge, and as technology and science evolves. So it very much is a living conversation with these 4 pillars as its base, as its starting point. To turn to the environmental goods aspect in a little more detail, and Thomas will, as Jean-Marie mentioned, dive into this in a bit more detail at the end of the sequence of presentations this afternoon. But at the heart of the acts really is this environmental goods list and the cooperation that takes place through the subcommittee on trade and environmental goods of the acts is going to be very much a driving force for enhancing trade's contribution to the green transition. And the trade logic of this is very clear. Removing tariffs on environmental goods lowers prices, encourages the uptake of environmental technologies, and supports climate action. These measures are designed to incentivize the production and trade of these goods at scale, improving their circulation in the global economy and delivering cumulative benefits over time. With over 300 products at HS 6-digit level, the Act's environmental goods list is the most comprehensive agreed in any international agreement. The environmental goods list goes beyond a traditional approach focused on industrial goods to also recognize land-based or natural renewable goods through the inclusion of products like wood and wool. Like the agreement itself, the list of environmental goods in the Acts is also living. It's subject to regular review by the Acts subcommittee so that it can be refined and expanded in line with technological developments and the needs of the global economy. So again, it is a moving and living conversation. The Act's environmental goods chapter removes tariff barriers on that list. But the list is also a lens through which the Act's countries can focus our work together on enhancing trade policy's contribution to mitigating climate change more broadly, including to address non-tariff measures. And I would just note on this as well that the precedent of the Acts in defining the scope of environmental goods and services has been very helpful in a New Zealand context for economic analysis on our own domestic green economy and its composition. The non-tariff measures aspect of the challenge of the Acts is particularly important as this is becoming an increasingly significant factor shaping trade in environmental goods globally. And with that, I will hand over to Inchi from the OECD Secretariat, whose analysis sheds important light on this and the implications for our work through the Acts in its next stages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robbie, for this insightful presentation of the agreement. And yes, as you have said, we will now move to the OECD presentation. Thank you very much, Angie, for being here with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jean-Marie. Thank you also, Robbie and Thomas, for organizing this session on a quite important topic. And hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here today and deliver a talk on a topic that stays actually at the core of discussions on trade and environment. It has been a pleasure to follow the WTO TESD discussions on environmental goods and services and to see this topic evolve, including seeing initiatives such as the ACCTS develop, the outputs becoming more policy relevant, but also to be able to have our research-based evidence at the OECD be useful to policymakers. In this talk, I will walk you first through a general introduction on non-tariff measures for environmental goods trade. Then I will pass to some evidence based on OECD research on ad valorem equivalence of non-tariff measures applied to environmental goods. I will then talk a little bit about the relevance of this research to policymakers and in particular for ACCTS. And then I will close by discussing some challenges, but also opportunities as we go forward. Well, recent years have witnessed an increase in the complexity of the regulatory environment. Non-tariff measures have been increasingly introduced as a response to advances in technology, environmental requirements, as well as growing consumer demand in relation to the perceived safety and healthiness of goods. While such regulations may serve as tools for achieving environmental objectives or reducing information asymmetries, as well as strengthen consumer confidence in imported goods. This is their prior and major objective. They can also increase trade costs for environmental goods, and they can become non-tariff barriers. A second layer of complexity is added in a context in which governments increasingly support environmental technologies. NTMs may actually interact with industrial policies aimed at protecting domestic markets, a topic that is being at the heart, for instance, of this year's OECD MCM, as it is ongoing this week. Because of the globalized nature of environmental goods production upstream, NTBs could accumulate along supply chains. As a result, consecutive measures that hinder trade in inputs become additional costs for final environmental goods produced more downstream. While their main objective is to regulate trade, and I insist on this, on the existence of NTMs that are applied to goods that we trade today, let it be other products or environmental goods, why NTMs may be associated to costs. And I'll walk you through a couple of reasons. The first one could be the lack of transparency in applying a regulation. Think, for instance, as an example, the transparency procedures required in the World Trade Organization's agreement on technical barriers to trade. Under the TBT agreement, governments are expected to notify proposed technical regulations before enforcement, publishing official documents that detail requirements with sufficient lead time. When this process functions as intended, firms learn the rulebook before regulations take effect so they can adapt, allowing them to assess compliance requirements and make entry decisions. Unnecessary obstacles may also arise when early notification is not in place. And a way to see this would be, for instance, through WTO specific trade concerns. There are studies that look actually at the economic value of timely notification. This is a major reason why in a lot of cases, the lack of transparency is actually associated to costs of NTMs. New trade-related environmental requirements can have their costs reduced by just applying in a way existing WTO tools. Another reason could be the frequent changes in regulatory requirements. It is difficult, for instance, for an exporter to comply with regulations that change constantly. And these changes that could happen at a regular basis can be associated to additional costs. Think also of an exporter that is exposed to many different regulations. Harmonization in this case is important and key for reducing costs. And then there are measures, many times in the form of bans that clearly have a restricting character. Think of bans on hazardous waste that are there for environmental objectives, of course, but there could also be restrictions, for instance, related to economic security. Having mentioned a few contexts in which NTMs can be associated to costs, let me now jump into a stylized fact related to regulations heterogeneity and trade in environmental goods. If we look at this scatter plot, we see that there is a negative correlation between trade in environmental goods and the heterogeneity of regulations. By using the most recent data from UNCTAD Trains NTM database, evidence shows that regulatory distance between two countries is associated to lower trade in environmental goods. In other words, countries with more similar non-tariff measures in place tend to trade more environmental goods. And this is in a way first evidence just by looking at the raw data that more harmonized NTMs that have, of course, are associated to less costs lead to more trade in environmental goods. How can we measure the cost associated to such heterogeneity? As you know, NTMs are regulations, and in order to, in a way, compare them with tariffs, we need some equivalence. A way to do this would be the construction of the ad valorem equivalents of NTMs. And what we do here, it's a combination of methodologies that exist since a while in the literature, and we enrich them with some new assumptions. We use a gravity framework to assess the effect of NTMs on prices. We convert the estimated coefficient on the tariff equivalent, and then we compute AVs of NTMs on the updated combined list of environmental goods CLEG. We also do this for different initiatives, including the ACCTS, and I will explain this a little bit later. What do we find? We find that costs associated to NTMs applied from OECD countries are higher than tariffs, and slightly higher as well than costs of NTMs applied by non-OECD countries. So NTMs actually matter, and they matter more and more than tariffs in the recent years. These results highlight the need for further liberalization of tariffs, of course, because they are present at a time also where tariffs have actually become quite present in trade policy discussions, but most importantly, turning the focus much more on non-tariff barriers. As previously mentioned, such NTM costs become relevant also in a context where environmental goods are produced along supply chains. As an illustration, to illustrate this concept of cumulative costs, we compute the cumulative NTM inter-tariff equivalents for three main environmental goods that are solar PV, wind turbines, and electric vehicles. And this illustrates that upstream costs can add up to 30% of total NTM's associated costs. The methodology contains many assumptions, and this is mainly an illustration, but the aim is to highlight the globalized nature of producing environmental goods, but also the relevance of NTMs in a context where environmental goods are produced in several countries and actually inputs cross several borders. Monitoring the costs associated to NTMs and bringing evidence is key to open up discussions on trade liberalization of environmental goods. And actually, regional trade agreements, deep regional trade agreements through several provisions, in general, aim at reducing costs of trade, including that of environmental goods. However, as many of you are aware, negotiations on the liberalization of trade in environmental goods among WTO countries have not advanced much in the recent years. And recent trade agreements and initiatives aim to move the agenda forward. The Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability, ACCTS, is a sound example of continuing the discussions between like-minded countries, but also remaining open for new members to join by creating a basis list of environmental goods. The ACCTS AGS list is actually the basis for member countries in committing to eliminate custom duties, but it aims also to support EGS trade liberalization and increased legal certainty to strengthen the international value chains for environmental goods. Now, we have used our research and the methodology that we use for the computation of AVs of NTMs for the CLEG list. We use it, as I mentioned before, for several other lists, including the ACCTS. And what do we find? Actually, the findings are very similar through different lists because there are a lot of overlaps as well. So at the end, these lists might have some differences, but their core products are very similar. So on average, also the results are quite similar to each other, and the messages at the end are similar as well. So applying our methodology to compute AVs of NTMs on the ACCTS EGS list reveals that quantity and price measures are associated to higher costs, as you can see. Some examples are, for instance, some examples of applied price measures are consumption taxes and fees related to customs inspection and services, to provide an example. In the case of quantity measures, think of predominant restrictions such as prohibitions due to political reasons for protection of the environment and licensing due to economic reasons. They are followed by TBTs and pre-shipment inspection measures. Actually, I would like to highlight here that technical barriers to trade are the ones that have been increasing the most in the recent years. When we look at the descriptive stats data, we see that actually TBTs are quite present on environmental goods. But then when we do the computation around the tariff equivalence of these costs, we see that quantity measures and price measures are the ones that actually bring up more costs. Moreover, an interesting result of the analysis shows that there is relatively more space for reducing NTBs on environmental goods compared to other goods, because as you can see, we have the blue and the yellow bar, and the yellow bar is other products, and then the blue bars are the costs of NTMs associated to environmental goods. Now, what are the challenges and opportunities once we have the evidence? Let's first talk a little bit about the challenges. The pointer is being capricious. No, thank you. So, first of all, we need to think a little bit about the granular level, a firm level perspective. So, the exporters that have to comply with these regulations generally are firms that export. So, firm level perspective when it comes to obstacles related to NTBs that EGS face is important. For instance, for SMEs, they might have limited resources to reduce costs from barriers to trade. The rise in requirements that go beyond the border. Environmental requirements today do not just concern goods that cross the border, but sometimes they concern the whole life cycle. So we talk oftentimes about non-product specific production processes and methods, and this is something that is not related directly to a specific product, it's non-product specific, but might concern in a way also environmental goods. And the rise in these requirements, also on domestic requirements on products that cross borders, adds another layer of complexity. NTMs are applied at a broader level than just environmental goods. And actually, we can see it from the data that these NTMs that are present for environmental goods are oftentimes applied at the HS4 level. So this is at the 4-digit level, which includes not only environmental goods that are defined at the HS6, but also other products. And this is also why we see that the pattern of the presence of NTMs, it's the same also for other products. So in a way, efforts to facilitate trade through a reduction of costs for all products could also help environmental goods. And finally, barriers on goods are important, but those on services are also key. You know, environmental goods are produced using services, and services are actually a solution to a lot of environmental projects. And turning the attention also to services is important. We have ongoing work actually at the OECD on the definition of environmentally related services and restrictions, regulations that are related to services and that could impede trade in services for environmental solutions. I'll now jump into the opportunities and conclude with this. Given that the costs of NTMs are higher than tariffs on average, this is an indication of opportunities for further liberalization of EGS trade. Given the need for clean technologies in achieving the energy transition, but also reaching environmental objectives, there are clearly market opportunities for producers of environmental goods, but also for countries that need environmental goods for cleaner supply chains. Rising transparency and coherence of new regulations could be possible through trade facilitation tools. Relatedly, the OECD is currently constructing environment-related trade facilitation indicators. The discussions surrounding EGS extend beyond AGS codes and definitional questions, requiring a comprehensive approach that embraces a supply chain perspective. In this context, initiatives such as the CCTS can advance this agenda while remaining adaptable to evolving technological and environmental requirements. In the meantime, making the most of these opportunities demands careful monitoring and, in particular, quantifying regulatory developments as NTM's use evolves. Evidence-based analysis plays a pivotal role in this process, and this is where, let's say, the OECD plays a role in this by bringing the evidence-based research to these discussions. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angie, for the presentation of your work. That was extremely interesting. I will now hand the floor to Thomas for the last presentation of today.
Thank you, Jean-Marie. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here and discuss with you this important topic of non-tariff measures in the context of the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability. Thank you all for your interest in this topic, to be such numerous here in the room and online. The OECD analysis that just has been presented by Angie highlights an issue that is particularly important to the ACCTS. The study shows that non-tariff measures represent a growing share of total costs for environmental goods. These costs are not only significant at the border, they accumulate along global value chains, affecting intermediate inputs and ultimately raising the cost of final clean technology products. The Acts includes balanced approaches to address these challenges, and we very much appreciate that the OECD analysis specifically included analysis on the Act's environmental goods list. As explained earlier by Robbie at the beginning of this event, Acts is designed as a living agreement. It explicitly foresees further development of disciplines related to the non-tariff measures, regulatory approaches, and the environmental goods list. This flexibility is essential in a fast-evolving technology and regulatory landscape. Let me first turn to the list approach for environmental goods. The core objective is straightforward: eliminating tariffs on a broad set of environmental goods. This supports the diffusion of clean technologies and reduces costs for climate-relevant investments. The list is intentionally broad. It includes final environmental goods and intermediate inputs used in environmental goods value chains. The broad range of goods makes the list attractive for diverse economies, including those integrated into upstream stages. It also ensures that tariff liberalization supports entire value chains, not only the end products. A key feature of the Acts is that the list is implemented solely through tariff lines, including ex-outs. Importantly, ex-outs do not require certification or verification systems, and there is no need to control the end use of goods. Hence, this approach does not introduce new non-tariff measures. It ensures streamlined implementation and avoids creating additional administrative burdens. This list is not static. It will be regularly reviewed by a dedicated subcommittee with the possibility to add or remove goods in the light of environmental challenges, technological innovation, and other relevant developments. This dynamic mechanism ensures that acts remains aligned with evolving climate and sustainability needs. The review of the list is guided by the Annex 1, which defines the environmental purposes relevant for acts. These include environmental protection and pollution reduction, resource management and circularity, climate change adaptation and mitigation, and other sustainability objectives. The list of environmental purposes in Annex 1 is based on the UN system of environmental economic accounting. This system, which is used in the chapter on environmental goods and in the chapter on environmental services in acts, provides a science-based framework for defining and measuring environmental benefits. Annex 1 provides a transparent and objective framework for assessing whether a product should be included or excluded in the environmental goods list. It ensures that decisions remain environmentally grounded and not commercially driven. Acts explicitly identifies non-tariff measures as a topic for review. This means that parties will exchange information and consider whether additional cooperation or disciplines will be needed. This is consistent with the OECD's finding that non-tariff measures are becoming more important than tariffs in shaping market access. Acts also contains cooperation commitments. For example, in Article 2.4, it encourages parties to work together, including on improving and strengthening standards, on equivalence of standards and regulations, and on use of existing international instruments. This cooperation can help to reduce regulatory divergence, which the OECD studies identifies as a major source of trade costs. It also supports regulatory coherence without limiting the right to regulate. In addition, the parties reaffirm to adopt or maintain measures to achieve legitimate objectives. This provision ensures alignment with WTO principles and clarity that acts does not constrain legitimate environmental regulation. At the same time, it encourages parties to avoid measures that are more trade restrictive than necessary. In order to conclude, I would like to add that ACT provides an innovative and balanced approach to liberalize trade in environmental goods, including a broad list, streamlined implementation, and a dynamic review mechanism. The OECD study demonstrates that non-tariff measures are highly relevant and increasingly important for trade in environmental goods. Their accumulating effects along value chains underline the need for cooperation and transparency. ACTS recognizes the complexity of non-tariff measures and commits parties to continue work, cooperation, and future development of disciplines. This makes ACTS a forward-looking agreement that can evolve alongside technological and environmental needs. Switzerland believes that ACTS can serve as a practical, ambitious, and cooperative model for aligning trade policy with climate and sustainability objectives, of course, together with the other ACTS parties. It is a plurilateral agreement that is open for accession of other WTO members after its entry into force, as mentioned also by Robbie, and I would like to underline, all WTO members are invited to consider joining this agreement. Thank you very much.
And thanks to you, Thomas, for this very clear presentation of the agreement. So we're through with our presentations from our side. And I think it's safe to say that we have all learned something today, at least I did, which I'm very happy to. And I would like to open the floor for questions or comments from the audience. I think we have heard quite a lot of information, so I will leave some time for thoughts, but I see we have a question from Giulio. You have the floor.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I'm Giulio, indeed, from the European Union. I'm coming more from the agriculture realm than the industrial one, so I have a pair of questions to you more on the industrial sector. The choice of the six digits, you may, especially for the colleagues from Switzerland, you may have already given us the answer that is probably in order to have the broader possible upstream, downstream, etc. But what about sometimes, we are coming where in agriculture we like even the 10 digits and the X to the 10 digits, etc., etc. But how did you manage in situation where there were, if you want, conventional and green products, especially perhaps in the way that they've been produced, they may qualify as green, while you have also the conventional one. Just inventing between hydrogen and green hydrogen, etc., for example. What was the choice there? Secondly, there are situations, very limited, but there are where green products that at the beginning were considered green, and then summing up in particular the emissions in order to produce, etc., may be in a situation where they are not so green. So there are situations where you can exclude products more than include new products. So the exclusion from a previous list is possible. And finally, a question for the OECD. When you were studying a bit the impact of NTMs, most of those products are new products. So the generation of regulatory production is bigger, in particular at the beginning. Sometimes is also contradictory because it follows also the technological developments that the beginning you think there was one area, then there were two or three, etc. Have you noticed that in the long term, the incidence on NTMs decrease in relation to the relation of tariff, or is still the same? Because, for example, you mentioned that for conventional products, the NTMs were less prominent in general if you were comparing to all the goods, while the green ones had more prominent on the NTM. So my question was probably because they are new products, if you want, so the regulation is bigger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. We have more questions from the floor, but this is quite a big one, so I think I will start giving the word to Thomas, and I invite Robbie if he wants to complete then, and Andrea, you've been directly asked too, so let's start like this.
Yes, thank you very much for these important questions that you touch on a really challenging issue. During the negotiations, so we had discussions and negotiations line by line, each line, together with experts our environmental colleagues came in to explain the individual goods that were in discussion. And it was always a choice that we had to make. So we decided that as I explained, that the list has to be implemented at the border. So we do not go and check how it was produced, and we do not control how it is used. And that's an important framework. So what we did is then we checked whether the good, it can really be designated as benefiting the environment under these circumstances. So if you mentioned the example of hydrogen, of course, there is gray hydrogen, there's green hydrogen, and you cannot say at the border what it is. So then the decision was we do not integrate such a product into the list. So we took those goods that we clearly can say it has an environmental benefit at the end, even if we do not know how it is produced and how it will be used. So that's the way we went through with experts, with colleagues from customs that told us what is possible at the border and what not, so that we have really a streamlined implementation of this list.
Thank you, Thomas. I see Robbie. You would like to comment?
Just very briefly, thank you, Jean-Marie, and thank you for the very interesting questions. And I concur with Thomas. You have touched on a very important issue, colleague from the European Union. My only added comment is to say that the way that the Act's environmental goods list was developed, as Thomas has set out, with the idea that this would be able to be implemented easily at the border, doesn't preclude the kind of next generation of work within the agreement, looking at some of these more complex situations. The agreement doesn't currently cover this question of hydrogen certification, for example, but there's nothing to say that as the agreement evolves, we won't find ways to handle this. It may not be in the context of a list. It could be in many different ways. But just to say that the Act doesn't necessarily avoid this question in the future. It's just the way that the environmental goods list was designed. Thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. Angie, on your side?
Thanks a lot on my side as well for the well thought question. So first, I'd like to make a comment on the way the data works, and then discuss a little bit more where the differences in time might come from. We do not have panel data here. We have survey data that comes from Trains UNCTAD. So what we do is that we try to look at the cost of NTMs in the 5 more recent years based on the survey data. And this is how the AVs are computed. So we do not make a study where we look at how they evolve, these costs evolve in time. This is one part, just as a clarification. And secondly, it's true that the fact that environmental goods have a higher cost associated to NTMs could indeed come because of new products that are introduced in the market, but also because of probably more environmental requirements that are out there for environmental goods. And I fully agree that both these reasons are very, very good ones. And I also take your comment as a good suggestion to go a little bit deeper in the analysis to try to understand where the differences with other goods come from. So both could be the reasons. I would just like to highlight on the new products that we try to go until the HS 2022, where we have an environmental good that is split oftentimes in 2 HS codes or maybe 3 HS codes, and they are both taken on board. And this is a little bit how the scope of the environmental goods list, the CLAG, is broadened. It's wider now because a lot of products with time they get split and they get identified better.
Thank you, Angie. And I remember we have another question from the floor. Yes, please, you have the floor. Could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Shenkun Lu. I'm the founder and CEO of the WTO-related think tank Friends of Multilateralism Group, FMG. I was a negotiator for the previous EGA, the Environmental Goods Agreement, so this subject remains dear to me. I have 2 general questions about the ACCTS, and the first one is, of course, it has been in place for a while, and I do hear from you saying that it is an open initiative for inviting others to join. So I just want to understand in the past few months, how do you see other members, attitude or eagerness to join or not? Are there any efforts on your side to engage them, to invite them, or are there any efforts from those outsiders to listen, to learn, and then to join? Especially those big players in this organization who account for quite the bulk of the environmental goods and services. So that's first question. The second question is that for many plurilaters, there's a problem of the lack of participation from developing countries, particularly the least developed ones. One reason for us experts looking at this is that there's always a lack of developmental perspective from various initiatives. And from your presentations, I've not heard much about that. So I just want to learn whether you founding members have any particular thoughts on how to further that aspect, and probably to invite more developing countries and LDC to join in the future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for these two questions. I think this time we might start with Robbie, if it's fine for you, and then Thomas will complement at the end. Robbie?
Thanks, Jean-Marie. I perhaps to start with your first question around the agreement having been in place for a while and what the level of interest and accession is like. I should just clarify that while we signed the agreement in 2024, it won't enter into force until 3 of the 4 members have ratified the agreement. So currently, 2 of the 4 members have ratified the agreement. So the third ratification will trigger an entry into force date, and only after that time will the acts be open for accession. So the discussion around applications is a bit premature. But your question around are we engaging with others, the answer is yes. I mean, events like this are a good opportunity to share our experiences in developing the agreement. And we are certainly talking to all of our partners about the precedent we have set forward. And as Thomas ended his presentation with, we're certainly encouraging of WTO members to apply for accession to the agreement. But I would just like to posit one thought around this, is that accession to the agreement is obviously the way to benefit from the ability to shape the conversation with the ACT's members and the future evolution of this precedent. And what we have done in these 4 pillars, as I hope I articulated, is set a bit of a foundation for a snowballing work program that will grow in value and benefit and reach over time. And I would just say to all online and in the room that part of what we have done with the ACTs is try to advance an ambitious new model. And we are very, very open to discussing it, the innovations in the agreement and how they might apply to domestic policy thinking in other countries, and so on and so forth. So I don't want to create the impression that you can only engage with the ACTs if you're an applicant to accede. We certainly are open to conversations with all members at whatever levels of interest. And that goes for developing countries as well. And there are flexibilities in the agreement designed with developing country membership in mind. And we're certainly interested in pursuing that conversation. So it's a very good point. Thank you. I don't know if Thomas wants to add anything. Thanks.
He is telling me that your answer was very comprehensive, so he doesn't need to comment on that. Thank you very much. Looking into the room, I see that we have Anna from Costa Rica. Would you maybe like to react also on what I've just said and the questions?
Thank you very much, Jean-Marie, and to the delegations of Switzerland and New Zealand and OECD also for organizing this session. I do not have any prepared statements or anything, but I can give you perhaps a little bit of the rationale of why Costa Rica, as the developing country of the bunch, decided to join. And it's basically on the goods side. For example, we're not necessarily producers of any of the goods basically on the list. However, we see the ACCTS or the acts as a strategic initiative, because the whole objective of the ACCTS is to liberalize and open up markets for technologies that are friendly in green technologies or environmentally friendly technologies. So that is an area that for the attraction of foreign direct investment, Costa Rica is very much interested in. Also, to be part of global value chains. We have been very successful in that area, and the ACCTS represents an excellent opportunity to continue participating in global value chains. And in the services side, we are providers of this type of services. So there is an opportunity, a huge opportunity for us to participate in initiatives of this sort. So we see this as part of a process that we have been engaged in for the past 3 decades. And it is indeed a great initiative to other developing countries that might see similarities in their development processes and their development growths. So for us, it's just a matter of time to see it approved by Parliament, and hopefully we can have it into force very soon.
Thank you very much, Anna, for your very spontaneous point of view on that and all this information you have just shared. I'm looking at the room. I don't know if we still have the EU requesting the floor, please. Peter, is it you? Yes.
Yeah, second time, sorry for that. But I would like to ask a question to the OECD representative. And your work is always fantastic, and we rely a lot on OECD work when it comes to trade. There were a couple of things which drew my attention when you showed the picture that high regulatory divergence very often means less trade, and then of course you highlighted also the role of NTBs and the negative impact. Now my question is, and it's not necessarily related directly to the agreement. Let's be frank, half of the TBT agreement is about special concerns about the EU, 60%. But I checked the import statistics, the imports into the EU of goods. I'm not saying environmental because I'm not sure that we are talking about the same, but let's say environmental goods and then other goods steadily increases. So my point is, apparently we are the worst in imposing NTBs and inventing new environmental and other regulations. Still, imports are increasing. So how you see this at least for a layman contradiction?
Thank you very much, the EU, for again a very interesting question. So I'll more reply as an economist here in terms of in which direction the correlation could go. First, I'd like to explain a little bit how the regulatory distance works in relation to trade in environmental goods. So the way we compute the regulatory distance here is whether an importer and an exporter impose the same type of NTM to each other. So whether the exporter is familiar to the same type of NTM that the importer is imposing, and that it goes as granular as we can. So that could be at the subchapter level of the NTM. And if the exporter and the importer are not imposing the same types of regulations at the subchapter level, then the distance is higher. So the exporter might be less exposed to the type of or less knowledgeable on the type of regulations that the importer is imposing. So this is in a way an assumption of the regulatory distance that exists there. This being said, I agree that there are some patterns that even if the exporter is not exactly implying the same regulation, if it is familiar and has been exporting all the time to this big importer, which is, for instance, the EU here, then it's true that learning by doing, you have lower costs. So in a way, the regulatory distance is theoretically an indicator of how heterogeneous regulations are. And this is a pure correlation with trade in EGS, but it's true that the story is a little bit more complicated and goes a little bit deeper. My second point would be on, let's say, average results. The imports of the EU on EGS could be quite high and increasing, but that might also be the case for exporters, for the same exporters. So these are trade relationships that are tight, that exist since years, and exporters are more, can comply in an easier way to these regulations, but also to the changes of the regulations, because these are not new exporters. And we can see that in the intensive margin, so we can see it at the number of, so at the flows of EGS that are entering the EU market, but it would be interesting to also see the extensive margin and see whether new exporters can achieve the EU market as long as new regulations are being put in place. And in that case, there is need probably for trade facilitation tools, transparency, etc., to allow these new exporters to reach new markets, such as the EU or other countries. Thank you.
Sorry, the microphone was not on. Thank you very much, Angie, for this reply. I'm looking at our audience. I don't know if there are further questions that I don't think yet, but I would like, if you bear with me, to ask myself a question to Thomas that came to my mind during the presentation. Thomas, you have mentioned that the ACTS agreement forces a regular review of the environmental goods list. And so I'd be interested to know on how can ACTS member ensure that the updates remain objective and that they are not commercially driven? If you can elaborate on that, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jean-Marie. Of course, when trade negotiators come together, commercial interests are there. We cannot exclude them by 100%, but I think we can add that ACTS includes a clear rules-based framework and robust governance mechanism to ensure that the updates of the list remain objective. First, I think the Annex 1 that I mentioned with purposes based on this UNSCCA system provides a transparent and agreed reference point of defining environmental goods. Second, I think the review process is conducted collectively by the members, and it is done in a dedicated subcommittee and ultimately by the Joint Commission. And third, important are transparency and information. Members have to base their proposals on technical evidence, including scientific input, and where available also international standards or classifications. So I think together, ACTS includes important elements that help to maintain the trust in this list, and also that it remains that the list of these environmental goods keeps its environmental integrity.
Thank you so much, Thomas.
Question.
I see we have a further question from the floor, please.
Good afternoon. Yes, addressing the members of WTO and participants. My question to the committee is that Switzerland, New Zealand, Costa Rica, and also and Iceland are a high-income country, or their trade commodities are considered luxury, higher end. You mentioned earlier you want to open the floor and welcome other members of WTO for their accession, and there is economic hardships across international markets. So are there resources or supportive resources for countries that are interested to be part of this ACCT, and the assumption is, based on my observation, the trade commodities is high tech, clean tech, so it's a very competitive market. So what are some of the strategies to invite WTO members accession into this ACCT? Yes.
I think I would give this question to Robbie, if it's fine for you, and then Thomas would complement. Before we do that, would you mind introducing yourself, please? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Marlena. I'm with Citizen Climate International and also Citizen Climate Lobby. We a civil society organized a lobby carbon price and carbon border adjustment. And so we're in carbon offsets and of course with the Paris Agreement of UNFCCC. Yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much, and also for your question. Robbie, would you like to go ahead?
Certainly, and thank you for the question again. There's a few ways to answer this question, and one would be to look through the different aspects of the agreement and look at the flexibilities that do exist for exceeding countries and think through how this works in a developing country context. I would perhaps just clarify on the idea that the Axe List is solely high-tech high value goods. I think, and I hope I was clear that one of the innovations in the Axe List is actually that it goes beyond industrial goods, and it looks, I think, as Thomas said in his presentation, there's the upstream components of these kinds of technologies, but there's also natural and renewable products in the list. So we have natural fibers from wood and wool, and they can be used in lots of different applications, insulation, in buildings to improve heating and energy efficiency, timber and construction. It's not all necessarily at that kind of high-end industrial goods segment that you are referring to. And then just to say that the agreement, we did think very consciously about developing country interests. We had a comment from our Costa Rican colleague, and thank you very much for the intervention, Anna, around how this agreement can be seen strategically from different perspectives. It really is, and I would just speaking as from a New Zealand context, we are a small isolated trade-dependent country, and we're also dependent on imports. So we're not producers of a lot of these high-value technologies that you refer to ourselves. And I take your point that New Zealand is not a developing country, but there's a different mix of interests for us in this agreement, and there will be a different mix of interests for any WTO member looking at this agreement. And I would certainly say that there is a place in the structure for developing countries. And perhaps I'll go to Thomas to talk about some of the flexibilities in the goods list for exceeding countries, but just in general terms, for example, on the fossil fuel subsidy reform aspect of the Axe, which I know is not our topic today, there are flexibilities for the needs of vulnerable communities around things like consumption subsidies that are thought about explicitly in the context of developing country needs. So there is space in the agreement, but it would probably take a more dedicated discussion to work that through with an interested member or an applicant. Thomas, I don't know if you wanted to add anything. Thanks.
No, thank you, Robbie, for this very comprehensive answer. And I just can add that, yes, there are also concrete flexibilities in the agreement. There is the possibility of a phased-in liberalization of the environmental goods. But the agreement is not only about the environmental goods. We have 4 chapters, and one other important is the chapter on fossil fuel subsidies. And there is, for example, there are specific exceptions. And when we negotiated these exceptions, we had really carefully also in mind vulnerabilities of poor countries. And that takes really into account the diverse needs of the WTO membership. There are also cooperation provisions in this chapter. And yes, so the whole agreement includes really the diverse needs that we were aware of during the negotiations, and that make the agreement an opportunity to really broad membership.
Thank you, Thomas. Before we move to the closing of the session, because we're now into the end of our allocated time, unless we have further questions from the floor, I still have something that I would like to ask to Angie, taking advantage of the fact that she made all the way from Paris for us today. Angie, you have mentioned that the complexities of NTMs require us to take a comprehensive approach in the supply chain perspective. So would you have any recommendations for us, the Act's parties, or for WTO members in general, on how the current approaches to the liberalization of trade environmental goods can be further developed in that regard? And maybe, yes, I think it's an ambitious one, but and maybe also where priorities should be best set. I think that could be interesting for us to have your point of view on that, on this today.
Thank you, Jean-Marie. Indeed, this is a difficult one, but definitely we have to ask difficult questions in order to move discussions forward. Otherwise, we will keep on turning in a loop around the same issues. Actually, having a supply chain perspective, and this is what I hinted also during the presentation, and this is what we tried to illustrate also in the study, having the idea that these NTM costs accumulate in value chains, and the consideration that environmental goods actually are produced through other inputs, cost accumulate, is an important one. So having, in a way, a life cycle perspective of when analyzing trade liberalization in environmental goods is important. Now, when I mention life cycle analysis, we of course directly might think about what is an environmental good. We come back to the discussion around the definitional issues of an environmental good. For the moment, the list looks at goods that only have an environmental purpose. They could be intermediate inputs or final products, but they clearly have an environmental purpose. This being said, environmental goods, if we look along their supply chains, they can maybe become even more environmental if they are associated to less emissions. For instance, if we take the production of solar panels, most of them are silicon-based. The energy mix that is used to produce these solar panels might be, in a way, improved. And even though solar panels have an environmental purpose that is clear for cleaner energy production, it's true that the production of the good itself could be improved. This is where the NTMs along supply chains enter in the discussion, because they enable, in a way, the access not only to environmental goods, but also to the inputs that produce these environmental goods. So countries might not only be interested to access clean, green products, but they might want, for energy security reasons, to produce them, to produce wind turbines, to produce solar panels. And they need inputs to produce these products. So taking into account also the cost of these inputs is actually important, and it's becoming more and more important as we're talking more about energy security today. We're talking more about competitiveness as well. So in order to help countries to advance in this area of producing, not just trading environmental goods, is important. So I don't have a clear answer to this, but I would say that probably a first phase is trade liberalization environmental goods, and a second one would be to have a sectoral perspective, something that actually has been discussed at the TESD as well, to take it by sectors or by specific products, and then to look not only at the final EG, but also at how to enable trade in the inputs that produce this EGS, and in this regard, how to reduce costs, let it be tariffs or NTBs. That would be my answer.
Thank you, and I think the answer was, at least for me, it was clear, and the ideas very much so that you have shared with us. So thank you for that. I have no questions more. I don't see any more requests from the floor, so I think we're moving to the end of our session today. I don't see Robbie's little yellow hand raised, so I think we could wish him a good night. Thank you so much for having stayed with us so far. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Angie, again for your contributions, and thank you to our audience for your attendance and your questions. Have a good rest of the afternoon.
Hello, Miss Quack online. I'm just testing your connection. You can hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Do you want to just test your video as
Yes.
well?
Yep. Hi, can you see me? All good?
Yes, I can. Perfect.
Fantastic.
So just
Thank
to let
you.
you know from this end, your colleague Patrick Blake is going to be, we're going to be sharing the slides at this end. So if you want to just say next slide at the relevant point, is that okay to move on?
Yep, that's fine.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll
Thank
see you online shortly. So it's starting at 1:45.
Okay, sounds good. See you in a bit.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. I think we're going to get started. Alors, bonjour à tous. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Nadine Nickner, and I'm a counselor at the Permanent Mission of Canada to the WTO. And I have my colleague with me.
Hi, good afternoon. And I am Ana Lizano. I'm a counselor at the Permanent Mission of Costa Rica to the WTO. And on behalf of Canada and Costa Rica as co-conveners of TESDI, we are very pleased to welcome you to today's session entitled Trade-Related Environmental and Climate-Related Provisions in Trade Agreements and Cooperation Frameworks, Experiences and Lessons from WTO Members. This session comes at a particularly timely moment. Around the world, governments are increasingly exploring how trade can support environmental and climate objectives while fostering economic growth, resilience, and innovation. Trade agreements and cooperation frameworks are therefore increasingly serving as a platform for new approaches and international cooperation. Over the past 5 years, TESDI has become an important and inclusive platform for members to advance their understanding of how trade policy can support environmental objectives. It has also demonstrated the growing interest among WTO members in sharing experiences, learning from one another, and identifying practical approaches at the intersection of trade and sustainability. And the momentum behind trade and environmental sustainability work is not restricted to the WTO. Across regions and levels of development, members are increasingly experimenting with new approaches in trade agreements and cooperation frameworks. This is reflected in the growing number and diversity of trade-related, environmental, and climate-related provisions, which take a variety of forms across governments. They may appear as non-binding references in preambles, binding commitments within core chapters, and provisions on cooperation mechanisms and institutional arrangements. The thematic scope of these provisions is also expanding. Members are addressing issues such as sustainable agriculture, circular economy, climate-related trade cooperation, and trade in environmental goods and services. Today's session will therefore provide an opportunity to take stock and explore the different types of provisions that WTO members have included in such agreements and frameworks, as well as to better understand why these approaches are emerging, how they are evolving, and what lessons they may offer for future cooperation. We will also explore a few concrete examples and recent case studies from members. We hope that this discussion will help identify what has worked well, what challenges remain, and how these experiences might inform future dialogue among WTO members. We also hope it will generate new ideas and encourage participants to further explore this rapidly evolving area of trade policy. We are very pleased to have with us an excellent group of speakers. Today, we are joined by Mr. Rob Delink, Senior Economic Team Lead in the Trade and Environment from the OECD Environment Directorate, Ms. Catherine Rissell, First Secretary of the Permanent Mission of New Zealand to the WTO, Olga Lukashevich, Counselor at the Permanent Mission of Peru to the WTO. We have Mr. Patrick Blake, Assistant Director, International Economics and Green Economy Division from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Australia. And online, we have Mr. Pedro Mariano Martins, General Coordinator for Cooperation of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of Brazil. Mr. Paolo Garzotti, Head of Latin America Unit of the European Commission. And Ms. Amanda Kwek, Deputy Director for International Trade Division at the Ministry of Trade and Industry of Singapore. So without further ado, let us now give the floor to Mr. Rob Delink from the OECD. Rob will provide us with an overview of trade-related environmental and climate-related provisions in trade agreements and cooperation frameworks. Rob, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, and thanks also for inviting me here. We're very supportive of the TESDs. We're very happy to also contribute to this session. We think TESDs is a great initiative, and it's growing and growing, and it's becoming more and more important and effective. It's both important. That's essential. So very good. Happy to be here. So I'm going to talk to you about environmental provisions in what I always call regional trade agreements, but that's more of a catch-all term that also you can call it preferential trade agreements. You can call it different ways. I don't necessarily like, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to go into definitions. I just use this term, regional trade agreements, to talk about kind of what we are dealing with here today. Let's see. So why do regional trade agreements incorporate environmental objectives? Why do we care about having environment issues promoted in regional trade agreements? Well, first of all, it's clear that as economies become more integrated, trade and environment concerns are linking closer and closer together. There is links through international trade, there's links through international environmental policy, etc. And so basically disentangling these two things is no longer possible. It's not about two separate topics that we need to solve separately. It's really about an integrated approach to these two things. Growing awareness that trade agreements should not only contribute to economic growth, what I call the kind of old-fashioned approach to trade negotiations is to stimulate growth and see environmental aspects more as, does it hamper growth or does it hamper the trade agreement? I think there is a growing awareness that trade agreements also should give us greater prosperity. So it's the broader picture of well-being and welfare that matters, and not just an economic growth in a narrow sense. Third, the role of trade to achieve the overarching goals of sustainable development and to support international environmental agendas or international environmental agreements is essential. We cannot end plastic pollution, we cannot end climate change, we cannot end biodiversity loss without looking at the role of trade. And I'm not saying that here that trade is the cause of all these problems. No, trade is part of the solution to all these problems. And if we tackle them without international coordination, cooperation, etc., we'll not get there. We'll not get where we need to be. Fourth, trade agreements as a vehicle to enhance environmental cooperation. Trade agreements can play a great role between like-minded countries to enhance their cooperation on environmental objectives, to reduce tariffs on clean technology, to ensure a level playing field among the trading partners. And this is an important way in which we can then lead not only to domestic progress on environmental problems, but also to real global progress. And of course, we cannot ignore that there has been some backlash against trade and globalization, and public acceptability of trade agreements is not self-evident, not always. There has been some backlash against certain agreements, and my impression, I'm not sure I have strong empirical evidence for that, but my impression is certainly that environmental considerations in trade agreements do make them more easily publicly acceptable. So trade and environment linkages can also help in that sense. And of course, overall, it's important to secure the mutual supportiveness of trade and environmental policies. Trade policies should support and not harm the environment, and environmental policies should not act as disguised protectionist measures. I think if you're in this room, you probably all know this and heard about this, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't keep saying it. All right, so do we make progress on environmental provisions in RTAs? We looked at the databases that are out there, and the data is collected also by WTO and others. And we do see that basically the number of trade agreements that have no environmental provisions at all is growing very moderately, but it's basically stable over time. But if you see the number of RTAs with environmental provisions, you see a much faster growth. So basically, the vast majority of the new trade agreements have environmental provisions in them. Not all of them. There are still trade agreements being negotiated right now that do not have environmental chapters or environmental provisions at all. Some of them just ignore environmental issues, but the majority of them do. So that is a good news. And if you look then at the number of RTAs that have environmental provisions, that's one thing. But actually, what's about the number of environmental provisions per agreement? Because it can also just be that there's in a preamble a specific statement like, oh, this trade agreement should also contribute to sustainable development. And with that out of the way, we move on to economic growth or something. So we do need to look at the number of environmental provisions. And there we see that the number of RTAs that are signed, it's hard to see maybe with the light blue, but it basically fluctuates over time, and there's no real trend, certainly not a real upward trend in the number of RTAs that has been signed. But if you look at the number of environmental provisions, it does increase rapidly over time. It also becomes a little bit more volatile over the years, so it matters really in which year agreements are concluded to see whether there's an upward or downward trend. But if you compare the last decade with the decades before, there's clearly an uptick in the number of provisions per agreement. And of course, it's not only about having provisions in there, it's also where they're mentioned. I already said that having a preamble that says you should take care of the environment is probably not enough to really be environmentally effective. You need more than that. Most RTAs, most provisions are actually exceptions for the environment. So basically, you're trying to maybe restrict trade on certain things that you don't want, but you make exceptions for clean variants so that you make sure that you facilitate trade in environmental goods and services. Mentions of multilateral agreements is also an important part of it, as are upholding environmental law, environmental cooperation, and specific environmental issues. I'll get back to the specific environmental issues. I think that's the most interesting one of them all. But all of these increase quite rapidly. What increases less rapidly, and maybe that is not necessarily always a bad thing, is the preamble. The number of environmental mentions in the preamble is rising, but it's not rising as fastly. And at the bottom there, the last one is impact assessment. And that personally worries me a bit because I think environmental impact assessments are a key tool to ensure environmental effectiveness. But it is lagging behind in RTAs. So I want to talk a little bit more about these specific environmental issues that are covered in RTAs. And it, of course, matters a lot how you label these, right? If the environmental provision is about deforestation, do you attribute that to biodiversity? Do you attribute that to land use? There's multiple ways in which you can do this. But we've been trying to come up with some ideas and potentially identify specific provisions also to multiple targets if they're covering multiple topics. And then we see a lot of mentions that are biodiversity related. This is in a broader sense. This also includes deforestation, which is a leading cause of biodiversity loss. And not all of it is very narrowly on provisions to shield biodiversity loss directly. It's a broader concept of that. But it's interesting that this is mentioned. Surprisingly low on this list is climate change, where we see relatively fewer provisions. But one reason for that is that actually the multilateral environmental negotiations on climate change are much further advanced than those on biodiversity and circular economy and oceans. So we don't need the RTAs and specific provisions in RTAs as much for climate change because we have tools and we have ways of dealing with climate change. Also, I think some members see climate change also more as a pure global aspect and look at the regional trade agreements more for regional hotspot type of issues. So then, at the OECD, we think that one of the most important questions you can ask about this is, yes, you have these provisions, but actually, do they lead to positive environmental outcomes? Do they contribute to a clean environment? And the answer is not so easy, unfortunately. So in a way, we could say we don't know to what extent these environmental provisions are effective. We have anecdotal evidence that does clearly show, we have some specific case studies that clearly show environmental progress made in relation to regional trade agreements. But there's no big overarching study out there that has basically proven that RTAs lead to better environment. But it does do a number of things that we know are good for the environment, such as strengthening environmental laws and regulations. I name a number of specific agreements here on the slide. I'll not get into those specifically, but introducing new institutional arrangements that we think is very important. So basically, this is also part of capacity building efforts to make sure that environmental implementation, environmental governance, environmental reviews are properly addressed and that there's capacity in governments to do this. Providing cooperation on improving environmental law and enforcement, basically technical advice, national strategies for how to make progress, cooperation with private sectors on environmental standards, pollution registry programs, etc. All those are very good ways in which we make sure that environmental law is implemented and enforced. And the latter part, of course, is essential for environmental effectiveness. And finally, something that's hard to measure in hard terms, but that's crucial for a number of reasons, is improving environmental awareness. And this is especially for things like public acceptability of RTAs, etc., but also to basically facilitate government processes to clean up the environment and to make sure that people participate in that and that you have a holistic approach that involves stakeholders when you do environmental regulations. So we try to do some empirical analysis, trying to really do econometrics to figure out whether RTAs environmental provisions in RTAs have led to better air quality. This is a study of a few years ago. It's actually by now it's 8 years old. I think I'd love to do something like this again, but we'll have to see whether our governments support that. The main policy implications is that actually RTAs improve the environment, with or without environmental policies. If you have an RTA, that apparently has a statistically significant effect on improving air quality. This could be about environmental provisions in there, but that's not necessarily proven. So we do find that on average there are lower emissions in those cases where the RTAs have environmental provisions, but the effect is not statistically significant. I think this suggests more that there's a lack of data to properly evaluate this than that there is no effect and no causality here. I do strongly believe that environmental provisions do lead to improving air quality, but empirically it's hard to establish and it's even harder to make that statistically significant. And there's some evidence that air quality improvements are more pronounced for developing country economies, and that's good news because we do have a number of hotspot countries where air quality is fairly low and where we need to combine economic development with kind of leapfrogging the environmental issues to make sure that we don't get pollution issues as we had in OECD countries in the past. So we do need this jump from developing countries that make sure that they have access to clean technologies, etc. And RTAs can, of course, play a big role in that. But overall, we don't have the evidence to robustly tell our governments, you should sign more RTAs with environmental provisions because they lead to a better environmental. So the onus is unfortunately still on anecdotal evidence, on logic. Don't underestimate the role of logic in explaining to your superiors that it's important. But we'd love to make more progress on this. Right, so what are then the elements that are key to the success in implementing environmental considerations in RTAs? This is a survey that we did with government officials, trade negotiators, and other experts. And I find this one fascinating because it says, well, guidance documents so that people know what to do, access to remedies are important, complaints procedures, and follow-up action. So when you ask people, they basically always say, well, it should be supportive, it should be positive, we should be harmonizing with each other, we should be a lot of emphasis on the positive things. But when you ask anonymously, there's a lot of emphasis on complaints procedures, basically the hardcore trade remedies type of aspects that do seem to be important, and probably also especially for private sector, for them to get on board with this. So that's the overview of what I had on RTAs. But I think what's important is, so we see a proliferation of RTAs, and that is important. We also see a complete change in the way the RTAs are going ahead. Less preambles, more specific exclusions, more specific chapters even on climate change, specific chapters on biodiversity, etc. So we see much more in-depth analysis of environmental provisions in RTAs, and that's a good thing. And RTAs or PTAs or FTAs or whatever you want to call them, they are still a backbone for progress by like-minded countries, and we should not ignore them. But there is also, and I think at this stage that's a very good thing, there is also a diversification of the toolbox that countries have in order to make progress. It's not only, it doesn't always have to be through the RTA that you make this progress, because signing an RTA, of course, takes multiple years and is a cumbersome process. So countries are looking at other ways also to make progress, and I think we'll hear plenty of very interesting insights on that very soon. A few things that have come to my mind is sectoral agreements on specific elements. Green hydrogen comes to mind. There's very little mention of green hydrogen in RTAs, but there are sectoral agreements between multiple countries and lots of agreements between like-minded countries for green hydrogen. That's really booming at the moment. Economic partnership agreements tend to have sectoral focus as well, but they can also focus on green sectors. Open access agreements. Yeah, that's open access. I call this open access agreements. Basically, the acts is I think is the poster child of in this field, right? So it's a big agreement, and I call it open access because basically, as long as you stick to the rules, you can join it, right? So, and they are actively searching for new partners in the acts agreement. And this is a new development as well. It's not a regional trade agreement. They always blame me for calling it a regional trade agreement because it's not a region that does the agreement. But so yes, I acknowledge that, but it's still it is an agreement, an international trade agreement by like-minded countries, and I think it's a very good progress. So that's all I have to say. We do have a lot of other work that I can't get into today, but thank you for this.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much, Rob, for setting the scene and providing a good overview of the evolution, the scope, the different types of provisions that we include in regional trade agreements, the areas of focus of those provisions, and also the different types of agreements or instruments that we're starting to see. So this is very helpful. And so now, with that background in mind, we would now like to turn to concrete case studies and members' experiences. One of the most interesting aspects of this topic is that there is no single model. Members are pursuing different approaches, reflecting their priorities, circumstances, policy objectives, and that's what we're going to explore today. So we will organize this segment around two broad approaches through which members incorporate environment provisions, and that includes climate-related provisions, in trade agreements and cooperation framework. First, we'll look at trade agreements that include binding and enforceable environment and climate-related provisions that are linked to trade. And then afterwards, we'll look at the cooperation framework, where trade and economic cooperation tools are explicitly used to advance climate and sustainability objectives. Okay, so we would like first to invite Catherine Rissel from New Zealand and also Olga Lukashevich from Peru to present on the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement on Trans-Pacific Partnership, or some people refer to it as the CPTPP. So Catherine, Olga, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadine, and thank you for using the full title so I can start right away with the acronym. Much appreciated. It's a real pleasure to be here at this TESTI event. As mentioned, we've been asked alongside our good friends from Peru to talk about from a New Zealand perspective how binding or enforceable trade-linked environmental and climate provisions are operationalised under the CPTPP. I need to say from the outset that I'm not an expert in this area, so welcome and happy to have any questions, and I will do my best, but I may also have to take a careful note and come back to you on it. New Zealand has been a key advocate and practitioner of the CPTPP's Environment Chapter and its provisions. We've hosted the Environment Committee meetings that are provided for in the agreement, and have promoted cooperation on climate innovation while also contributing to the first Environment Chapter review that was held between 2018 and 2023. From our perspective, a key strength of CPTPP is that environmental provisions are not just aspirational, they are embedded as legally binding commitments within the agreement. In practice, this means that all parties, including New Zealand, are required to maintain and effectively enforce domestic environmental laws, and we cannot lower those standards in order to secure a trade or investment advantage. And this has the effect of creating a shared kind of baseline and also reinforces the integrity of both our trade and environmental systems, in our view. So what does this look like in terms of the legal architecture? In essence, it means that the chapter includes environmental obligations linked to trade that are binding. So the core enforceable commitments in the Environment Chapter, Chapter 20, include the effective enforcement of domestic environmental laws, as I just mentioned, a non-derogation commitment. Countries may not weaken environmental protections to gain trade or investment advantage, and a commitment to high levels of environmental protection and sustainable development. In our view, these obligations explicitly link environmental performance to trade liberalisation. They're designed to prevent a race to the bottom in environmental standards driven by competition for trade or investment. And the CPTPP goes further by embedding rules on trade-related environmental issues. A few examples that are particularly significant from a New Zealand perspective include provisions on illegal wildlife trade and biodiversity conservation, fisheries subsidies, including disciplines addressing overfishing and IUU fishing, and conservation of flora and fauna. These disciplines directly regulate how trade interacts with environmental resources. In doing so, they enable the sustainable management of natural resources that underpin our economies and contribute to broader climate objectives, such as protecting marine ecosystems and forest carbon sinks. As mentioned at the start, the CPTPP's Environment Chapter is subject to the agreement's dispute settlement procedures, and it has chapter-specific dispute settlement procedures as well, which provides parties with a state-to-state recourse if obligations are not met. The system has a 4-stage escalation process, which starts at the officials level and rises to ministerial level, and then would finally move to the formal dispute settlement panel and procedures for the agreement as a whole. Even where dispute settlement is not invoked, Our view is the existence of this mechanism reinforces compliance and underpins confidence that among parties and stakeholders that commitments will be upheld. It's, I guess, an important implication or point to make is that the environment provisions under this agreement are as enforceable as the market access commitments. As I said before, that they're not just aspirational or nice to haves in this treaty. But at the same time, the staged consultation model before litigation would be got to reflects a deliberate design to resolve environmental conflicts through dialogue wherever that's possible. The CPTPP also contains governance structures to operationalize commitments. This includes an environment committee to oversee implementation and review compliance, regular reporting, chapter reviews, and transparency and public participation mechanisms, including allowing the public to make submissions on environmental matters. And the idea of these mechanisms is to try and provide more of an ongoing oversight rather than solely relying on when an issue arises. We also see the cooperative elements of CPTPP as central to its effectiveness through dialogue, capacity building, technical cooperation, and voluntary mechanisms. Parties can support each other in meeting the commitments and improving environmental outcomes over time. So from a New Zealand perspective, this combination of binding rules, enforceability, and cooperation is what makes the provisions operational in a meaningful way. The climate-related dimension is more indirect, but it is evolving under the CPTPP. While the agreement does not contain detailed or binding emissions targets, climate-related provisions are operationalized indirectly, such as through the recognition of MEAs like the Paris Agreement, encouragement of low emissions technologies and low carbon economies, and joint political commitments on climate cooperation. Within the CPTPP structures, New Zealand has advocated for updates through the general review process to incorporate emerging issues. And as was mentioned in a session earlier, outside the CPTPP, we've been involved in initiatives like the ACTS Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability. And we feel that these pursuing these objectives through these different tracks can complement each other well. Overall, our experience and view is that the CPTPP provides a practical and credible model for integrating environmental considerations into trade agreements and is a demonstration that trade frameworks can support environmental protection and climate-related outcomes through enforceable commitments and trade-related environmental disciplines, while also hopefully fostering collaboration and continuous improvement. I'll leave it there and hand it to my good friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you. And Peru is pleased to share some reflections on the value of the environmental provisions of the CPTPP from the perspective of a country whose identity and competitiveness are deeply linked to nature. So I will shift to Spanish. Como es de su conocimiento, el Perú es uno de los países megadiversos que existen en el mundo actualmente. Nuestro territorio integra la costa del Pacífico, la cordillera de los Andes y la Amazonía. Alberga una extraordinaria diversidad biológica, importantes ecosistemas forestales y marinos, así como un valioso patrimonio de conocimientos tradicionales. Al mismo tiempo, nuestros ecosistemas se enfrentan presiones derivadas del cambio climático, la deforestación, las especies exóticas invasoras, el comercio ilegal de especies silvestres y otros desafíos ambientales que tienen implicaciones directas para el comercio sostenible. En su condición de país amazónico, el Perú es el cuarto país con mayor superficie de bosques tropicales en el mundo y segundo en América Latina. Asimismo, es el segundo país con mayor extensión de bosques amazónicos y el noveno en superficie total de bosques a nivel global. Por lo tanto, para el Perú, la relación entre el comercio y el medio ambiente no es abstracta, sino en práctica económica y estrechamente vinculada al desarrollo sostenible. Dado que mi colega de Nueva Zelanda, Catherine, ya ha presentado de manera experta una visión general del capítulo de medio ambiente del CPTPP, permítame centrarme en un elemento de particular relevancia para países como el Perú: los marcos de cooperación previstos en el artículo 20.12. El artículo 20.12 reconoce la cooperación como un mecanismo esencial para la implementación del capítulo de medio ambiente, con el fin de potenciar sus beneficios y fortalecer las capacidades tanto conjuntas como individuales de las partes para proteger el medio ambiente y promover el desarrollo sostenible en un contexto de creciente integración comercial y de inversión. Asimismo, establece que dicha cooperación puede llevarse a cabo de manera bilateral y plurilateral e involucrar, según corresponda, a entidades u organizaciones no gubernamentales. Esta cooperación puede materializarse mediante diálogos, talleres, seminarios, conferencias, programas y proyectos colaborativos, asistencia técnica, así como a través del intercambio de mejores prácticas y expertos. Este aspecto es particularmente importante, ya que para muchos países en desarrollo el desafío no radica únicamente en asumir compromisos de alto nivel, sino en traducirlos en capacidades internas efectivas, coordinación institucional y herramientas prácticas, alineadas con objetivos más amplios de desarrollo sostenible. En términos concretos, esto implica utilizar la cooperación comercial para mejorar el diseño de políticas, la aplicación de normas, el intercambio de información, el fortalecimiento de cadenas de valor sostenibles y la gestión de problemas ambientales transfronterizos. Asimismo, supone aprovechar la experiencia de otros socios que enfrentan desafíos similares o que han desarrollado enfoques innovadores en ámbitos como la trazabilidad, la certificación, los bienes y servicios ambientales, las tecnologías limpias y la cooperación aduanera. El CPTPP resulta especialmente valioso porque identifica una amplia gama de áreas específicas en las que pueden desarrollarse la cooperación. Entre ellas, destacan temas de gran relevancia para el Perú, como por ejemplo, la conservación y el uso sostenible de la biodiversidad, las especies exóticas invasoras, el acceso a los recursos genéticos y la participación justa y equitativa en los beneficios derivados de su utilización, el desarrollo de tecnologías de bajas emisiones, costos efectivos y de fuentes de energía alternativas, limpias y renovables, así como también el combate al comercio ilegal de especies silvestres. Varios de estos temas han sido de intercambios concretos entre las partes del CPTPP. Por ejemplo, entre 2021 y 2023, los miembros discutieron actividades de cooperación, incluido un taller sobre la lucha contra el comercio ilegal de especies silvestres, con especial atención al comercio ilícito de tortugas terrestres y marinas. Asimismo, se llevaron a cabo sesiones sobre especies exóticas invasoras, conservación y uso sostenible de la biodiversidad, economía circular, eficiencia en el uso de los recursos, así como cambio climático y descarbonización. algunas de ellas recientemente en 2025. Este enfoque también ha generado insumos relevantes para otros procesos internacionales. Por ejemplo, un resumen de los debates sobre especies exóticas invasoras fue transmitido a la Secretaría del Convenio sobre la Diversidad Biológica como contribución a la COP15 del CDB. Para el Perú, este tipo de cooperación resulta particularmente relevante. Como país megadiverso, tenemos un interés prioritario en asegurar que el comercio contribuya a la conservación y el uso sostenible de la biodiversidad. Asimismo, buscamos garantizar que las medidas ambientales se diseñen de manera eficaz, basada en evidencia inclusiva y compatible con las normas internacionales de comercio. En ese sentido, la experiencia del CPTPP trasciende su propio ámbito y ofrece lecciones valiosas para otros foros internacionales. El Perú considera que el Comité de Comercio y Medio Ambiente en general y el TEST en particular deben orientarse a identificar soluciones concretas a los desafíos ambientales vinculados al comercio. Valoramos los esfuerzos del TEST y de sus copatrocinadores para analizar cómo el comercio puede contribuir al logro de los objetivos climáticos y ambientales, mejorar la cooperación y la transparencia y garantizar que los países en desarrollo participen de manera significativa en las oportunidades emergentes del comercio verde. En ese contexto, el Perú reafirma su interés en seguir colaborando con sus socios tanto en el marco del CPTPP como de la Organización Mundial del Comercio, para avanzar en la agenda de comercio y medio ambiente de una manera que apoye sus prioridades de desarrollo sostenible. Muchas gracias.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much to both of you for this very good overview perspective of the CPTPP and its implementation and the benefits associated with not only the obligations in the agreement, but also the cooperative frameworks that support those obligations. So now I will now turn it over to our next presenters. So Paolo Gazzotti from the EU, who is online, and Pedro Mariano Martins Pontes from Brazil, also online, to present the trade pillar of the EU-Mercosur Association Agreement.
Thank you, Chairperson, and a pleasure to see Pedro online. We have been spending so many days in the basement of Itamaraty to negotiate this agreement. It's great to see him here. I try to share my slides. They're going to be short. I understand I got only a few minutes. Can you see them?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So that's the title. It's easy. As I said, just a quick. We're gonna do with Pedro Dog and Pony Act, where I present the more general part of the agreement, and then Pedro, who's much more of an expert in this matter than I am, will dig into the details. So the EU-Mercosur agreement was a baby elephant. They took a long time to deliver. The negotiations, imagine, started back in 1999. Cut the long story short, were concluded once in 2018 here in Brussels, and then the European Union was most responsible for asking Mercosur partners to do one step further and upgrade, make more granular and more detailed the obligations, the commitments in the framework of sustainable development. And in that context, we started a negotiation for an additional protocol on sustainable development aspects, which eventually was part of the final package that was politically concluded in Montevideo on the 6th of December by our presidents in presence. So that political agreement led to signature of the agreement in 2026. Is a complex agreement. You know, in the European Union, just the translation of these agreements take a lot of time. So we managed to get there in January, and thanks, I must say, to the impressive speed of Mercosur countries in ratifying the agreement, this agreement could be provisionally applied already as of the 1st of May. So that's the genesis of this agreement, and it's agreement where the sustainable development part, as I say, is particularly important and relevant. What we are talking about in terms of this agreement, of course, just a snapshot, is clearly for the European Union and Mercosur countries, not just an economically important agreement. You see the numbers there, but what doesn't come up from these numbers is the geopolitical and geostrategic importance of this agreement for us in the EU, and I'm sure that's true as well for Mercosur countries. This is as well a statement of the importance of trade based on clear rules and on stable and predictable disciplines. Let's come to the trade and sustainable development and the overall rationale. The European Union has always been the promoter of including sustainable development chapters in the agreements, and in particular in this agreement. Jokingly, a former negotiator told me that the first time that they had negotiations on sustainable development, like 15, 16 years ago, some delegation of the Mercosur sides didn't even show up, because at the beginning they thought this is a trade agreement, what sustainable development has to do with it. And all of this has changed in our positive agenda with Mercosur countries to lead to one of the most ambitious sustainable development chapters that we have in all of the trade agreements of the Union. So we are happy to see that, let's say, together with the Mercosur friends, we go and we produce such a great and good chapter. First of all, it has to contribute to sustainable development. So trade is a tool in order to get to sustainable development. Second, avoid a race to the bottom. So there's a clear provisions in the agreement that forbids the lowering of standards in labor and environment in order to be more competitive on the export side. Any rule that can be interpreted like that would be outlawed. Second, strengthening the multilateral governance based on multilateral agreements. I'll come to the more in detail later on. We translate into obligations under the agreement the obligations that the parties have undertaken in multilateral agreements. And of course, is a point of departure. What this agreement set is the Trade and Sustainable Development chapter and the Trade and Sustainable Development agenda is a positive agenda of cooperation and dialogue on this matter, trade-related, environmental, and labor issues. This through elements like as well the participation of civil society in the form of the domestic advisory group to the management of the whole agreement. Some quick snapshots on particularly on the environmental side of this agreement. First of all, the agreement fully preserves the right to regulate of the parties. So the agreement allows the party to continue to regulate, so it doesn't limit that right to regulate. There's no weakening or protection, as I was telling you before, levers on labor and environment to attract trade and investment. In our in the EU, was important to reiterate the precautionary principle that is there in the TSD chapter. And one of the elements that we added in the last part of the negotiation under the protocol was one of the key issues that remain outstanding until the last minute, is that Paris is now an essential element of this agreement, meaning that if a party leaves or does stay in bad faith, so is not part in good faith to the Paris Agreement, that is ground for triggering the essential element clause under the Vienna Convention. Importantly, there's the effective implementation of environmental agreements and labor as well. So we have a clear obligation to effectively implement ILO conventions that parties have ratified, and same goes for environmental, and to keep continuous sustained effort to ratify all ILO fundamental conventions. We have thematic articles on climate change, biodiversity, forest management. Here on forest, which was, of course, something that raised a lot of debates in the Union. This is the first agreement in the protocol where there's a clear legal obligation from all of the parties to, within the framework of their own legislation, to maintain the forest coverage as of 2030. So is the first and only legally binding commitment on deforestation that we have seen, because in an international agreement. An interesting thing that we added as well in the protocol was the idea of a positive agenda. That we were under a lot of pressure in our constituencies in Europe to put what we call sanctions for violations of TSD commitments. We have, of course, the TSD commitments are legally binding commitments that there's a dispute settlement system and a panel system that will determine if a violation takes place. But, and as you know perfectly well in the WTO, we don't have the implementation and monitoring phase after the panel has given the judgment. And in the EU, there was a lot of pressure to have the so-called sanctions introduced. That was not agreeable to the parties in this negotiation. But what we managed to do is something that is if you want, the mirror of that, and is to have in our protocol the mandate to negotiate in the first year of after the entry into force of the agreement, and we are already talking about it with our Mercosur partners, a list of products that contribute to biodiversity conservation. This idea is to liberalize products that benefit to those community and to those people that live in the forest, that of course they have to have an economic activity in the forest, that they are the first to want to preserve the forest. So to do something that through trade and enhanced and not just tariffs, but helping them to commercialize their products in Europe, you know, we are thinking about acai berries, nuts, jams. There's a lot of plenty of, but even honey was like came aware. There's a wonderful honey produced in El Chaco in Argentina. That by facilitating products that are directly benefiting these communities, that we can support the sustainable development objectives of this agreement. Again, cooperation and dialogue, including deforestation. I want to underline the importance for us having the civil society participating in the management, not only of the trade and development part of the chapter, but the whole agreement, because it's the whole agreement that has to contribute to sustainable development. So we have a domestic advisory group supporting that. And I already said a few words on the dispute settlement mechanism, where, as I said, we got a dispute settlement, they're legally binding obligation, but not the sanctioning part. Voila, I hope I haven't been speaking too long, Pedro, not to have taken too much of your time. Chairperson, if you allow me, I will pass the floor to my colleague and good friend Pedro to go more in the detail of it.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Thank you very much, colleagues. It's great to see you, Paolo, online, and great to see many friendly and familiar faces in what I hope is sunny Geneva in the summer. So building upon the framework presented by Paolo, I'd like to just highlight some of the most important environmental provisions in the agreement, right? It's an agreement of strategic importance for both both parties, and which shows how trade can support our shared goals of promoting sustainable development, climate action, and supporting the protection of the world's forests. First, Brazil highlights, as Paulo mentioned, the inclusion of Paris Agreement as an essential element. This was really groundbreaking for us in the agreement. This is a clear recognition that aligns our trade relationship with the multilateral climate framework and signals that climate commitments are central to our cooperation in a balanced and fair manner. And the sheer remaining permanence in the agreement by itself, it's already weighing in the calculations, the political calculations or some. So it already proved its importance, if I may say. Secondly, we note that in addition to standard TSD articles, such as the right to regulate, that was, of course, preserved, as mentioned by Paulo, the obligation to maintain and uphold levels of environmental protection and avoid a race to the bottom, and a clear commitment to implement MEAs. And we have a clause there saying we're not changing the nature and scope of these clauses. But the EU-Mercosur agreement also contains important and new operational commitments, right? And these include, of course, as mentioned, specific measures to address deforestation and maintain forest cover while preventing rolling back or weakening the capacity of environmental law enforcement agencies, and ensuring that these help to ensure that trade, which in the case of Brazil is one among many sources of land use change, but to make sure that trade does not incentivize environmental harm and that domestic enforcement remains intact and is supported. Still in the topic of forests, Brazil stresses that the agreement contains a commitment, a very important commitment by the EU to use the forest monitoring data of exporting countries from Mercosur. And this was really important for us. Our national monitoring system, which proved its independence by resisting political pressure under the previous government and continued to provide reliable data, the INPE, they provide objective science-based information that must inform the implementation and enforcement mechanisms, and in particular in the context of the upcoming entry into force of the UDR. And on this topic in particular, despite having this divergent views, as many of you in the WTO know, this did not prevent us from cooperating to share and rely upon transparent and solid data to improve traceability in a fair and balanced manner. We also welcome the inclusion of the positive incentives, the carrots that complement compliance measures. And first and foremost, here is what Paola mentioned, the idea of establishing a list of EGS, not calling it EGS, products to receive the enhanced market access and trade facilitation. And as mentioned, we're already working on this, and this is a very positive agenda that highlighted a lot of attention, and one that was directly supported by my minister. And our intentions to include not only raw commodities, but also there are some important cases where we have value added locally by local communities or indigenous peoples in different ecosystems. So this is really a positive agenda and a clear example of how we can harness trade for the benefit of environment conservation and sustainable use. And this measure, coupled with targeted cooperation, capacity building, and articles on technical assistance, these measures create constructive pathways for producers and supply chains to meet higher sustainability standards. Finally, we know that as Paula mentioned, we have a reference to the precautionary principle in the chapter closed in 2019. And as you imagine, our list of highlights would be slightly different from what we have in the slide, but we agree that it's all there. But in addition to that, we also think it's important to mention there are specific references to principles 11 and 12 of the Rio Declaration. And these principles contain, respectively, recognition that environmental standards should reflect the environmental and developmental context in which they apply, and that environmental measures should not be disguised restriction on trade, and that unilateral measures should be avoided. And in our view, they help ensure that our common and joint endeavor to promote sustainability in trade is done in a fair and WTO consistent manner. So in a nutshell, in closing, the agreement certainly provides a framework for enhanced cooperation in trade and environment between the two blocs. And as we have a shared goal to prevent a negative behavior of the past. The agreement certainly provides options and carrots for rewarding positive results achieved and incentivizing continued progress in sustainability. In closing, Brazil looks forward to continue to work with EU and Mercosur partners to ensure that the agreement is effective, equitable, and contributes to our shared goals of sustainable development, climate stability, and ecosystem conservation. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you so much to Paulo and Pedro for this great presentation on the EU-Mercosur Association Agreement. Indeed, very exciting. This agreement is finally coming into force. And you can see that there is a lot of new provisions, that were not included in previous free trade agreements. So thank you for that. So now we're going to turn over to a new cooperation framework. So let me invite Patrick Blake from Australia, who's here, and Amanda Quick from Singapore, who will be online, to present on the Singapore-Australia Green Economy Agreement.
Thank you, Nadine. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'd like to begin by noting that while I don't work directly on the Green Economy Agreement in the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, I do work quite closely in Canberra with the team that does, and this morning I spoke with the Australian lead drafter, and I hope to convey some of the strong sense of enthusiasm that he and the Australian team continue to feel about this living agreement some nearly 4 years after its signing. And I think the Singaporean team shares that enthusiasm. The genesis for the agreement was leader level, very top down, and came out of a meeting between our leaders back in 2021. We fairly quickly recognised that this GEA could be something very novel, and it would need to be, because it was dealing with things that were evolving quite fast. For example, technology that was not yet necessarily invented. A treaty-level agreement could not allow that. So our task force, together with Singapore, agreed to focus on the substance and to let that inform the form of the final text. We sought to draft that GEA text in accessible language, avoiding jargon as much as possible. We wanted an instrument that could deliver tangible, practical initiatives delivered through joint arrangements. The text, in a way, is just a guiding document. The real test of an implementable GEA is in the processes and methods, the techniques used, the strategies, the content of the practical initiatives we work on together. The approach that we took was to seek to develop and deliver practical and scalable solutions aimed at addressing the challenges of meeting net zero and decarbonisation objectives across all sectors in our respective economies. Developing and delivering is not something that happens instantly. For instance, when it comes to our work together on green shipping, it really has required a pathfinder approach to develop common standards. Finding that path has meant trade officials, in a way, getting their hands dirty, meaning officials convening stakeholders to collaborate. It meant multiple port authorities in Australia working with Singapore to start to transform the maritime sector with the aim of decarbonising. A practical example of standards, bunkering and the safety standards employed in Australia and Singapore, are they aligned when it comes to the handling, the transfer and the storage of fuel? That's something we've been working on a lot together the last few years. the GEA has a range of intended benefits. Just to focus on number 3 on that slide, one particularly innovative aspect of the GEA is that issue of commercialisation of green technologies through the Go Green Co-Innovation Program launched by our Prime Ministers in 2024. It's a flagship grant scheme designed to support innovative partnerships between Australian and Singaporean companies working to co-develop technologies, products and services that drive trade and commerce in green sectors. If you're interested in more, there's a showcase on our website. One project, for example, seeks to integrate cutting-edge technologies from our 2 countries to enhance the technical capabilities of businesses pursuing sustainable supply chain management. Another example is in the low-carbon liquid fuel sector, and another is set to revolutionise energy generation in greenhouse agriculture. These types of programs are not easy to set up. Typically, SMEs might have good ideas, but they're not fully ready to collaborate with a partner in another country, with government officials playing a hands-on role to help make that happen in the middle. The non-binding nature of the GEA and the ability of co-chairs to make modifications to the agreement text has enabled the document to remain current, focused on practical outcomes and effective. The agreement is written in a way that allows us to learn together and change paths where necessary. Some things will work and others won't. Senior officials have the authority to shift emphasis and course.
Thanks, Patrick. Just to continue, I'll briefly walk through the overarching areas of cooperation that the SAGAA covers. Collectively, they illustrate the breadth of what a green economy agreement can potentially address. The first is green economy principles to set the tone of the agreement. It's a set of guiding principles for international cooperation in the emerging global green economy, including fostering better alignment and convergence of standards, technical regulations and conformity assessment procedures between countries, and rules that improve the interoperability of systems and reduce potential barriers to trade and investment. For trade and investment, we have compiled lists of over 350 environmental goods and over 150 environmental services with the aim of reducing tariff and non-tariff barriers. The lists are not meant to be static. We want to ensure that they are updated and account for new developments, such as technological advancements, so regular consultations with industry is important to ensure the periodic review of the list and allow for new goods and services to be added over time. Standards and conformance, the next slide. Having to comply with different technical standards and regulation across markets may chalk up unnecessary additional costs for both exporters and importers. This pillar then focuses on aligning standards and technical regulations between Singapore and Australia to try and reduce some of these compliance costs. The fourth is clean energy, decarbonization and technology. This promotes cooperation on cross-border electricity trade, as well as sustainable shipping and aviation, which are 2 of the harder to abate sectors that both our economies are actively working on. The green and transition finance pillar is about aligning our sustainable finance policies to mobilize private capital into green and transition projects, recognizing that public funding alone will not be sufficient to meet our climate ambitions. The next slide, the last of the areas of cooperation. First, carbon markets. Both Singapore and Australia are committed to develop compatible and credible international carbon markets, underpinned by high standards of social and environmental integrity. This is an area of growing importance as carbon pricing becomes more central to climate and even trade policy globally. Next, green skills and capabilities. This is important to prepare our workforces for new and emerging green occupations. The green economy transition will create new jobs, but only if workers have the right skills to fit them. Lastly, on engagements and partnerships, we hope to catalyze business and technology partnerships to facilitate greater two-way commerce and investment in green growth sectors. One being the co-innovation program funded by both the Australian and Singapore governments that Patrick mentioned just before.
October 2025 was a bit of a milestone for the GEA. You can see on the slide some examples of new and refreshed initiatives under the agreement. This goes to 2 points: the flexibility built into the GEA, which I mentioned earlier, but also the high-level political link. The fact that the GEA was a leader-level initiative, we believe, was very important. Reporting back to leaders, we have an obligation every year to demonstrate progress. It creates a great pressure point where we can set new benchmarks. It's not easy, but we think it's a good thing. Parties on both sides know that they have to work on measures that deliver real and timely results, which in turn demonstrate how the collaboration is meeting core policy objectives set out under the agreement by the two governments.
In terms of looking ahead to the future of GEAs, we are tracking some broad developments that have significant implications for future green economy agreements. The first is the increasing development of carbon pricing instruments and border carbon adjustments. As more jurisdictions implement their own measures, companies trading across borders may face a more complex regulatory landscape. The second development is the growing focus on low carbon goods and fuels. Sustainable aviation fuels is an example of a relatively new good, where green economy agreements can develop greater clarity and rules on its treatment, from establishing new HS codes, for example, to agreed standards and mutually recognized certifications. The third is the development of markets for non-physical environmental attributes. So these are things like your renewable energy certificates or carbon credits. These markets are growing quickly, but they are also still maturing. And there is some risk of fragmentation if different jurisdictions develop incompatible frameworks. Taken together, these trends create genuine challenges for businesses, especially SMEs, as they have to navigate a growing patchwork of environmental measures with trade effects, facing high compliance costs and uncertainty about market access. The fragmentation of standards for low carbon goods and environmental attributes risks undermining both trade flows and climate outcomes as well. So in terms of what's next and what's the path forward, first we see that it's important to ensure that trade-related climate measures are aligned with international trade rules and that interoperability efforts take place. Second is identifying common principles to guide the design and implementation of emerging trade-related climate measures, so that countries are working from a shared foundation. Lastly, investing in standard setting and governance to provide the clarity and confidence that businesses need to trade high-quality environmental attributes across borders, at the same time ensuring that environmental outcomes are achieved. So in closing, the SAGA was really our first attempt to get ahead of the green economy, to build the architecture for green trade, to maximize opportunities and minimize barriers. We are hoping that it can serve as a useful reference point as we collectively navigate the intersection of trade and climate policy. All right, that's all we have today. And on behalf of Patrick and myself, thank you very much for the opportunity to share more about Australia and Singapore's work on the SAGA. And thank you very much to the team from Costa Rica and Canada organizing this segment of the program.
Well, thank you very much to you, Amanda, and also to Patrick for this very insightful presentation, and to all the presenters today. So we're now we'd like to open the floor for any questions or comments. And we also welcome any additional reflections from our speakers. So the floor is open. Yes.
Thank you all for your presentations. My name is Cindy. I'm from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Canberra. My question is for Paolo and Pedro. You both noted the need to acknowledge and protect the right to regulate and the full implementation of the Paris Agreement, while Pedro, you noted the need to avoid unilateral measures, and you were able to negotiate through these two interests to find compromise language in the chapter. I'd be interested to understand better how you worked through these competing interests and what elements you focused on to find compromise and reach agreed text. Thank you.
sorry, before handing the floor to Pedro and Paolo, may we take another question? So we can, okay, I see FAO, and then at the back, please identify yourselves.
I have a question. I just wanted to complement the discussion, so I can wait. Maybe you can take the question and I can wait until then.
Thank you so much. Then a question at the back.
Thank you. Eugene James from Forum on Trade, Environment and SDGs. So it's great to see this focus on the range of ways that trade and environment issues are being addressed in different trade agreements and trade cooperative frameworks, including the evolution of approaches. Looking ahead, we would like to suggest that it would be very worthwhile for countries to undertake this kind of exercise of experience sharing more systematically, focusing on where the innovations lie and lessons learned. So there are some existing studies of environment provisions in FTAs, for example, but they tend to be once and then not to be updated. So it would be great to have an ongoing process of learning from where work is ongoing. On that note, it would be useful going forward to be able to consider how we could track the real-world effectiveness of the various provisions in terms of achieving climate sustainable development goals of the countries involved. And then we would also suggest it could be useful to explore lessons learned on these new forms of trade cooperation arrangements like the Green Economy Agreement, and how they could compare to traditional approaches, also to consider ways in which trade considerations and provisions are integrated into other environmental arrangements. Finally, in the spirit of thinking about effective next generation trade arrangements for sustainability that advance climate, environment, and sustainable development goals in tandem, may we also encourage you also have a look at new series of our Synergies online platform, that's testforum.org, where we have been inviting a range of different experts from around the world to highlight effective and innovation trade-related approaches for advancing sustainability. It's covering traditional FTA sustainability-focused trade arrangements, sectoral agreements, peer exercises, cooperative agreements, partnerships, soft law approaches focusing on guidance, and a range of regioning and supply chain specific approaches. Thank you so much for the floor.
Thank you, Eugene. Maybe I'll turn to Pedro and Paolo before you forget about the question, and then we go back to the room.
Pedro, you start now.
Okay, no problem. Well, it's as Paolo can explain this better than I, but it was there was a trade directive from the EU, I think from 2022, that said that a Paris Agreement as an essential clause should be a directive for further FTAs from the EU, right? So the EU had that let's say clear guidance on or instructions on their side, right? And at the same time, we had some concerns which we thought were legitimate. So I think that ultimately we had to understand the sensitivities, red lines, and must-haves from both sides and try to find the correct landing zones. And I think the key element there was to root our respective demands in terms of what is legitimate out of what we're trying to achieve, right? So in the case of the EU, my honest assessment is that having Paris as an essential element, it is of course extremely challenging for I think for us, because you're mixing different international law regimes. You're bringing MEAs, they do not have the same sort of implementation mechanism that we have in FTA with sanctions and so on. At the same time, the climate crisis is the crisis of our times, and it's legitimate and it's fair to say that our stakeholders do have concern about climate, and they want to see how could we potentially try to address that through trade, or have it as a consideration through trade. And that if we foster in cooperation, it's only fair that we root this cooperation under a really a baseline agreement that we should all be a part of Paris and participate in good faith. Now, at the same time, from our side, we also had what I understand is a legitimate concern that trade-related climate measures sometimes, while seeking to pursue a legitimate objective, they may be implemented in an unfair manner or not taking into account the different levels of development or historical responsibilities. We think that these elements should also be part of the equation, right? So a BCA can be WTO consistent, but is it compatible with the bottom-up approach of Paris, the nationally determined contributions? So ultimately, the balance achieved was right. Yes. So we need to remain in Paris and participate in a fair manner, which is a legitimate aspiration, a demand from stakeholders, and it's not just important for the EU. It was, let's say, seen positively in Brazil, where more than 80% of the population supports stronger commitments on the climate, and it really has a supra-partisan support the climate agenda, right? But then, in addition to that, we also managed to find a common ground to say, okay, but it's also fair to recall a legally binding commitment, which is, okay, well, we acknowledge that it must be WTO consistent, that such measures, they must be, that to the extent possible, that's the precise language of the Principle 12. No, they should be avoided whenever possible, and that we should aim first to address all of these issues through a cooperative manner. In a nutshell, that's my view, but Paulo, also happy to, if you can complement.
Thanks a lot, Pedro. But basically, I don't have to explain this debate to that room in Geneva. You probably have the same conversations. I mean, they were the same conversations 8 years ago or 10 years ago when I started off in Geneva for 4 years in my term there. So that you can see it from the technical legal aspect that Pedro explained very well, and from the political side. Clearly, on the political side, we had two opposing interests in a way. In the EU, we had to show that this agreement with a group of countries that were very at the forefront in the climate conversation debate, they were ready to reiterate these commitments and make them, to a certain extent, our trade agreement conditional to the compliance with the commitment. On the other hand, Brazil, in the person of Pedro and the other Mercosur countries, but Brazil was particularly, Brazil is the mother of the multilateral environment, or the father of the multilateral environmental agreements. Rio was born there, so I think Brazil and Pedro had a particular, I say, cultural diplomatic stake in this debate to say, okay, but if you want to promote via your trade agenda, because you're a big market, your principle, you have to do it in a manner that takes into account various elements. I think the success of this agreement, that notwithstanding this different approach, we had the same political objective on these issues, on sustainable development, and we managed to find a balanced way, which includes, as I say, the precautionary principle that was important for us, which includes the respect to implement the commitment to implement effectively the environmental and labor agreements. We fell short. Indeed, Pedro referred to the communication on the so-called review of the trade and sustainable development chapters of our agreement of 2022, where the Commission committed with the Council of the European Union to several things. There are more than 20 points in that communication, but in particular to get the Paris Agreement as an essential element, and to get the possibility to, in certain cases, to suspend trade concessions under the agreement for violation of the TSD chapter. In some cases, we got that, New Zealand, the TCA with the UK. only Paris as an essential element and not the so-called sanctions. In other agreements, we might get less, we'll see. But I think that the idea is that we manage to succeed, and the key is to try to understand the political background of the other. I think that the Mercosur negotiators did understand that in order to get an agreement in the EU, we needed that. We did understand that in order to have a political support in Mercosur country, they had to have some guarantees that the actions that were taken were framed in a certain manner. Of course, all of this under the overall structure of the WTO. And if you read our agreement, you will find a lot of copy-paste elements from WTO agreement and papers. So a lot of the work that's been done there was important teaching materials, let's say, for us. So I think that's where we got there. And as usual, I'm pretty sure that Pedro is not entirely happy of what he obtained. Me, I'm not entirely happy with what I've obtained. But as they say in a negotiation, if the two parties are decently unhappy of the outcome, that means there is a good agreement.
Thank you very much, Paolo and Pedro, two very well-known faces here in Geneva. We need to wrap up in exactly 3 minutes. So Pinar, can you do a 30-second intervention so we can do the closing?
Sure, I will try to do my best. First of all, I would like to thank the speakers for their insightful remarks and presentations. I just wanted to take the floor to complement what has been said by the speakers so far, referring to recently published FAO studies, which has assessed the trends in the inclusion of environmental provisions linked to agriculture, fisheries, and forestry sectors in regional trade agreements, and which has resulted in several publications, including a database compiling environment-related provisions for these sectors in regional trade agreements. And if I may, I would just like to refer to the findings of these studies in briefly. First of all, the case studies highlighted a two-way relationship between the provisions and changes in domestic legislation. In some cases, the studies found that the provisions facilitate the introduction of new environmental legislation, and in other contexts, it was found that these provisions have complemented and reinforced existing domestic initiatives. Another interesting outcome is that the inclusion of such provisions do not result in the reduction of overall agricultural trade between partner countries. On the other hand, they contribute to a shift away from environmentally intensive products. And lastly, these studies also note the importance of multilateral cooperation, investing in capacity development and technical assistance in order to realize the potential benefit of those provisions. And while concluding, I would like to note that we will be happy to further discuss and contribute to the discussions in the future events. Thank you very much, Anna.
All right. Well, thank you very much to everyone for your participation today. I think there's a few key takeaways that stand out from today's exchange. One is that there's no single model for integrating trade, environment, and climate objectives. The three instruments each reflect a very different approach, priorities, legal architecture. Basically, there's no one size fits all, and that's okay, and that's what makes it so interesting. Members are pursuing a variety of models ranging from enforceable obligations to cooperative frameworks, and that's really based on policy objectives and the circumstances that the parties are in. Another key takeaway is that trade-related environmental provisions are expanding in scope and becoming increasingly diverse and sophisticated. So we saw that today, where we went from, your traditional effectively enforce your environmental law, not derogate from those laws to increase trade investment, to areas such as climate cooperation, circular economy approaches, sustainable supply chain, development of carbon pricing instruments, sustainable aviation fuel, to environmental goods and services, and now sustainable agriculture, forestry, fisheries, green growth opportunities. So it is really expanding. It's a lot more complex. And then cooperation, I would say, is emerging as a key complement to rules, to obligations, and to commitments. Today's example suggests that achieving meaningful outcomes often depends not only on the commitments and the obligations that exist in those instruments, but on the cooperation mechanisms, on the technical exchanges, on the capacity building, and of course, the institutional arrangement to be able to meet those obligations. So I think those are some of the key takeaways that we wanted to mention today. In our view, the different experiences and approaches that were shared today reinforce the value and the importance to continue to share information and exchange this information. So we would certainly welcome that. You know, clearly trade-related environment and climate provisions are not static, and they will continue to evolve. There's going to be new ideas, and those are to respond to new challenges and opportunities. So as TESTI enters into a new phase of work, we invite you to join us and continue following the discussions. And on that note, on behalf of Canada and Costa Rica, we'd like to sincerely thank our speakers for sharing their experiences and perspective today. We also thank all the delegates and participants for contributing to this discussion. And we extend also our appreciations to the interpreters for their support and making this exchange possible. So thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.